49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We are running around, rocking and rolling. We're reacting to the Monte McNair press conference, Allen Stiles Show, taking you up to 2 p.m., And, in most things in life, Ramsey behind the glass for us today as Christopher Ladd has bumped everybody up. Ramsey's going to do a great job for us. If you missed the Monte McNair press conference, we will have that for you at 11. We're going to replay that. And then at 12, we will have Zach LaVine. So what happens here, and this happens a lot in life, is you hear something for the first time, and you have initial reactions, right? And then after a couple, whether it's a couple minutes, a couple hours, maybe a day, maybe a couple days, maybe even a week, you feel differently about how you reacted to something. And that happens with me all the time, especially in this time slot, in the meat of the day, a lot's going on. I might feel a certain way at one point, and then a couple hours later, I'm driving home, listening to the show, re-listening to the show, or listening to the Drive Guys thinking, I kind of feel differently about what I said. So my initial reaction, and tell me if you're with me here, phone lines are going to be open all day long, 916-339-1140. And tell me if you're with me on this, how did I somehow feel better about the Sacramento Kings before that press conference? How is that possible? I mean, I woke up this morning, the sun is gone. Y'all know I hate the rain. It's no longer Tuesday. You know I hate Tuesdays. Zach LaVine is in the building. He's looking like he's ready to go. And we get to a press conference. And by the way, I can't give enough kudos to my peers, everybody in the media that asked questions, from Matt George to Jake Gayden to James Ham to Brendan Nunez to Sean Cunningham, huge friend of the show. Everybody that asked questions. I got to give a shout out to all of them. Tone, my guy Tone, of course. And I got to give a shout out to all of them because there's been a lot of chatter about the soft media thing. Y'all know I like having fun with the soft media. There was nothing soft. Go get Frank Thomas. There was nothing soft about Doug Flutie. Nothing soft about those questions. But what are you going to do when someone just simply doesn't answer them? Right? Or finds a way to avoid them. He got asked about Mike Brown at length. Okay, and I was in the YouTube. Some people don't want to talk about Mike Brown anymore. That's fine. But nobody had heard about the Mike Brown thing since it happened. He says we were focused on turning things around. Okay, that's fine. Was De'Aaron Fox consulted about the Mike Brown thing? No. What's clear to me, my initial takeaways is that when that Shams report, and I talked about this yesterday, when that Shams report came out in the summer, which was really weird because we all felt like we already knew De'Aaron wasn't extending, or were there two extensions, and it was a bit confusing. Something happened right before the season started. Because think about the timeline. You bring in DeMar DeRozan, and in December already, after you really haven't played that many games together due to injury, you're already sitting here saying, hey, we need more help. It was bizarre. So maybe part of that was De'Aaron already having his mind made up. And I think that's what Monte was alluding to, even though he didn't want to say it. And so I will give him that. The questions about length, he just refuses to do it. He just refuses to wear that one, right? And that was Jake Gayden who asked that question. And Jake, I don't know if you heard because the mic was a little, I don't know if they had taken the mic from him already, but he asked him to expand and he just didn't. And again, I have a bunch of paraphrasing. We're going to replay it at 11. I have a bunch of paraphrasing And it was basically, yeah, certainly that's something we're looking to do. And then Jake asked for the follow-up, and there's really not much there. So again, a lot of people, they get frustrated, right? And you're at your job, no matter what your job is. Sometimes you want to be rude to your boss. Sometimes you want to say, hey man, why did I have to work that shift? Hey man, why do I have to send that report? When Johnny Freshman here is 20 whatever years old, why doesn't he have to send the report? But you can't say stuff like that. Because ultimately, the media, number one, you have to be professional. And number two, you still need to get information. And if you think that the Kings or any other organization feel like they are required or indebted, they are to a certain degree to give us information, it can always be peeled back even more. So what did my mother always tell me? And I'm sure your parents or your guardians, whoever, always told you, you catch more, what is it? You catch more bees with honey than with lemons. And I think the Kings media today, they didn't care about none of that. And they tried. And we got some answers. The Mike Brown thing, it was more so about we're focused on right now. We're not focused on a press conference. And honestly, they got a little bit lucky and Doug Christie got hot. He was asked about choosing Doug Christie. We knew it. That long connection to the team. That long connection to the team. I'm just going through everything right here that I have written down. You know, it was Sean Cunningham. You want to speak to some of the misconceptions? Nothing more than I've already expressed. The Mike Brown thing, Tone tried to follow up with him. He said, hey, kind of already answered that. We were just focused on the season. He was asked, and some of these I don't remember, so shout out to whoever asked these questions. Was there another convo with Rich Paul before moving De'Aaron? This is where he wouldn't say yes, but he said, I'm not going to get into that, but there were conversations that happened in the summer. He did go on to say that he sees, and again, this is social media, right? Everybody sees everything. He sees the picks as high-value picks. What did I just call them on the show yesterday? Low value. So I guess it depends on what they do next, right? Again, he got asked about the length. He got asked a bunch of questions. I know, and this one sticks out just because it was towards the end. Does it feel like a step back? That's what I believe Sean Cunningham asked that question. Certainly not linear. Never is. We got some high-value picks in return in addition to a really good player. That's where he said the high-value thing. And he was asked again, and I can't remember all these. This might have been Matt George. Do you feel like you did enough? He was very vague again on length. And then this is the quote that I have written down. Up to you guys how good that's been when he's talking about how good of a job he's done. So again, look, I don't want to sit here and just beat down on Monte McNair because then we cry about the availability, but every time he says something, we harp on him for it. But at the same time, when you see some of this stuff and when you listen to the kind of nothingness that's coming out, it's, well, I mean, what did you get from it? Again, somehow I felt better. Maybe that's why they don't do press conferences, because somehow I felt better this morning before I heard this. And I don't know if I'm alone in that. Again, I got to be careful here, but that's how I feel initially. 916-339-1140. If you were listening on the morning show, how do you feel about the press conference? And is there a question that somehow the media missed? Right? I think they tried. What are you going to do? Some of the other things, why they decided to move Fox Now, he kept on mentioning the transaction window. And again, I'm paraphrasing some of this stuff. We'll replay it at 11. If you miss it, you were dropping the kids off. Anytime there's a transaction window, we discuss how we should handle this. Public and private indications said we should explore. So to me, he was all but saying going into the summer, going into this season, everything was on thin ice. De'Aaron was on thin ice. De'Aaron, whether or not they were going to be able to do enough to keep De'Aaron, that was on thin ice. They come up in December, Rich Paul does. Then they go on to fire Mike Brown. The one thing I do feel fairly clear about from this press conference is that they knew pretty early on that it was going to be a tall task to keep De'Aaron. And I think what they saw is that the task was too high. Kind of like what I've been saying, and Kyle's still behind the glass, so he'll get a kick at this as far as me bringing up relationships. Kind of like what we've been saying when we have conversations, if your boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, whoever is ready to leave you, and you say, well, what's wrong? We've been on we're heading in the right direction, and they're bringing up stuff from 2-3 years ago. There's nothing you can do. Well, babe, I'm sorry I didn't do the dishes 2 years ago. I'm sorry I forgot your birthday. That'd be a bad one. And that's maybe what the Kings did a little bit. I'm sorry I forgot to do this or to do that. Or I'm sorry I lied about that time in Cabo. I thought we got over it. And they say, no, actually, I'm not over it. That's what I feel like I took away from this press conference. That De'Aaron Fox going into this season, maybe if they got on a really hot start and the DeMar DeRozan thing just clicked immediately. Let's say they had the start of the Golden State Warriors. They're in first place. They're 12-3. Maybe it could have been salvaged, but it feels like the one thing I can take away from the Monte McNair presser is that maybe some people knew, some people didn't. The collective we did not realize how far gone the De'Aaron Fox thing was. That is the main thing. Everything else, the Mike Brown stuff, all of that is just, we can go back and forth on how this will get viewed. But the one thing I feel like I can take away with some certainty is that they were pretty sure De'Aaron was cooked going into the season. Great show coming up. We have 4 hours with you, 916-339-1140, opening up the phone lines. 12 o'clock. We have Zach LaVine and his press conference, so we will have that for you. Like I said, 11 o'clock in about 45 minutes, we will replay the Monte McNair presser. It's about 15-ish minutes, so we will get to that, and then we will continue to react to it, and we're starting to look forward. Okay, we say goodbye to the best King that never was, Kyle Kuzma, as he is headed to Milwaukee. We talk about Zach LaVine's debut, and again, I was excited waking up this morning. I was. De'Aaron Fox's debut. Are we kind of shielded from being upset because his role will be different and he's playing with Area 51 Victor Wembanyama? And of course, more trade deadline madness. KD, a boomerang back to the Warriors. Draymond on the table? Let's talk about it. 4 hours with you. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends over at Jiffy Lube, and they want to show some customer love this month with their February oil change deals you can find online today. Visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals. Get it? During the month of February. Here's what you do. Drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and let yourself save in the month of February. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm musty. Mike brought the funk. I slam dunk. I'm cruel. I smoke skunk. This ain't what you want. If you with me, you can get what you want. I drop gems. I'm playing Bejeweled. Jim Carrey. I'm acting a fool.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Wow. Oh my.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. We are reacting to Monte McNair's presser, and we will replay that for you in about 45 minutes, okay? 45 minutes. If you happen to miss it, you were taking the dog to the vet, you were taking the kids to school, you were taking the cat to the vet, you were doing whatever. If you got a pet bird, we will have that for you in about 45 minutes. And, a lot of takeaways. Dennis in Stockton from the 209 and 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. Dennis from Stockton, he has this in quotes. Like I said, yeah, we're still getting all the quotes cut up for you. But Dennis says, the only thing I didn't like about Monte's presser comments was, and here's the quote, "We got what we wanted in the trade. We weren't going to take anything less than what we wanted." And again, I was taking a bunch of notes, so I'm going to take your word for it, Dennis. It does sound like something Monte would say. And Dennis says, that does not make Monte and company look like very good negotiators. Yeah, and he was asked about, did the De'Aaron Fox San Antonio only thing kind of mess up negotiations? And he more so brought up just how some things were done privately, some things were done publicly. From what I recall, he didn't necessarily say specifically, him locking us in. And, he's trying to be professional. So I'm not going to bag on Monte too much. He's trying to be professional. But, the reality is there's always a ... or there's always a caveat that you leave out. Maybe what Monte really meant was, we got what we wanted in a trade. We weren't going to take anything less than what we wanted ... based on the situation. And based on De'Aaron kind of pigeonholed us to one team, so we couldn't go talk to a bunch of teams to see what the value is. Let's not forget, as I've been hard on Monte in the front office in the first couple minutes here, but let's not forget, Shams had that report, and multiple people were reporting, from Sam Amick to Shams and all across the NBA. Dozens, that was the quote, dozens of teams were calling about De'Aaron Fox. And there's nothing to talk about when De'Aaron then comes out and says, I only want to go to San Antonio. My wife's from the area. I'm from Texas, and we have that connection, and Victor Wembanyama is generational. So that's it. So that's Monte, in my opinion, kind of saying it without saying it, that they were kind of just in a tough spot. I'm just going through all my notes here. Yeah, he didn't really want to speak on any misconception, or he said nothing more than I've already expressed so far. I have this for the Mike fired after the extension. High expectations coming into the season. A lot of things were discussed. He kept talking about the 5-game losing streak and the Detroit loss, but more so the 5-game losing streak on that homestand. That one really got him. And I would say ownership. And he says, we felt we had a season that could be better, and that was a decision we made. We talked about higher expectations, over and over again. And as far as, Mike Brown is concerned, and it was my guy Jeremiah who asked the question, was there anything specifically? And I think this was a Keon thing, right? I think where Jeremiah was going was a Keon conversation, a Malik Monk starting conversation. Like, was there anything he was doing that y'all came and said to him, hey, do this? And Monte didn't really, I guess he didn't want to leave Mike Brown hanging out to dry any more than he already has. So it feels like he didn't want to go into, we tried to help him do his job. He did not want to do that. But that question did get asked. Was there anything you wanted him to do more? Really, it was just results, right? And that's kind of how Vivek comes off to me. It doesn't really matter about the process. Just win, baby. RIP Al Davis, just win, baby. That's the feeling. There wasn't any point in talking about Keon's playing time, or because a lot of these games weren't blowouts, the Denver game and things like that. The Keon playing time, the starting Malik Monk to not starting Malik Monk. A lot of these games were close. They just couldn't get it done. It was very Chargers-esque, if you will. And I will say that at that point, nobody cares about these, little changes here or there. It's just this dude's not getting it done. Right? And Mike Brown, think about it. Monte McNair is not a coach. Vivek is an owner and a very successful businessman, but he's not connected to the NBA. So who are they? It would almost be kind of embarrassing to go to, and we get on owners, we get on, the Jerry Joneses of the world for trying to dip their hands too much into it. So I think it would kind of be just disrespectful to Mike Brown to say that. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't, but it means that they did not want to come out and say it publicly. And for that, it kind of is what it is. So, I'm just reading through all the comments, and if you're a part of in the Sack Chat right now, shout out to the Sack Chat growing every day. And of course, we're growing with everything that's been going on. The 916 says he literally punted on the season by not trading Fox before the season. In what world is this a good decision? So, yeah, he got asked about waiting. I believe it was Sam Amick. He got asked about waiting until the offseason, and he brought up, what was it? The phrase transaction window again. So we just reevaluated, and we thought this was the time to strike. Internally, externally, we heard that this was essentially the time to strike. And to your point, 916, I feel like I understand where you're coming from, because and this is just me taking the tea leaves or reading the tea leaves from what Monte said. But if you're agreeing with me, 916, and it feels like De'Aaron should have been, if it was highly unlikely that De'Aaron was going to not get, or, not going to sign the extension, why didn't they move him? The only thing I can come up with is, let's talk about De'Aaron pre-playoffs, right? I mean, when we have these conversations about elite number ones, De'Aaron was not in these conversations before the Beam Team season. So a lot of this, I like to talk about post-Beam Team. So you're really only talking about the second season post-Beam Team. Last season, I think they really wanted De'Aaron to take a leap, and they hoped that Keegan Murray would take a leap. I think the Keegan Murray thing, a smidge unrealistic, and they probably should have went out and upgraded from Harrison Barnes, and they didn't. Going into this season, this is another opportunity. De'Aaron does have a supermax that only we can give him, right? So I think it was a matter of, again, maybe just that perfect in-between where I feel like De'Aaron, there's still a chance we can, if he gets off to a hot start and he gets all NBA and we rock and roll, we can keep him. So hindsight is 2020, but I believe that it was probably the right move to just see. Now, it looks bad now because of how terrible things went to start the season, and guys were injured, and you fire Mike Brown. But I don't really bag on the front office for not moving De'Aaron in the offseason, because you still had the Supermax possibility. And we might be if De'Aaron doesn't hurt his finger in training camp, with Luka Doncic out, now he's going to be with the Lakers, so he might still make All NBA when he starts on Saturday. But if De'Aaron doesn't injure his finger during training camp, you have Luka Doncic going down, and you have DeMar DeRozan coming in with Malik Monk. If they get off to a hot start, and De'Aaron did, let's say things don't go south after that crazy weekend where he had 150 points or whatever it was, right? So he was in a position to get All NBA. There was chatter that all of this, and again, we've been really hard on Monte McNair, but we know who Rich Paul is, okay? There was chatter that this whole thing got loud again once it was clear that that De'Aaron probably wasn't going to get the Supermax. When we stopped talking about De'Aaron Fox being snubbed at the All-Star, not that you can't make All-NBA if you don't make All-Star, but when De'Aaron dropped on his butt, right, and that whole time period where he got dropped on his butt, he came back, he wasn't playing the same, Doug Christie is here, Mike Brown, his guy's out, there was chatter that this became a thing once All-NBA was out of the question. And it kind of makes sense to me. And this is what we said from day one. All-NBA is the easiest way to keep De'Aaron. Anything else gets spicy. And going into the season, it was a real possibility. Let's not be disrespectful to De'Aaron. He's done it before. And once that went out the window, everything changed. All right, let's continue the conversation. Let's go to Zach LaVine. He makes his debut tonight. And, of course, we have more trade conversations as the best king that never was is still not coming to Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
My posse's on Broadway. My posse's on Broadway.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
How do you feel about what you heard from Monte McNair? If you didn't get to hear what Monte McNair had to say, 30 minutes, we will replay that for you. We are reacting. 916-339-1140. Do you feel better or worse about your Sacramento Kings after hearing from Monte McNair? I'm telling you, oddly enough, I felt better this morning. And you know what? It's going to flip back once I hear from Zach LaVine, because that press conference will have a different tone to it. I think that there were a lot of kind of older questions, and I saw some listeners in the Sack chat and the texters saying we don't want to hear questions about Mike Brown, but some people do. So there was some housekeeping to be done before you could get. There was just a lot to cover in a short amount of time. And again, kudos to the media, my peers. I'm gonna dap them all up tonight when I see them and just say, you know what? Good job. I don't care what Johnny 123456 says on Twitter. I thought you did a great job in there and tried to hold people accountable. Let's get to the text line. 916 says, he really said the quiet part out loud. I'm tasked with getting this team to the playoffs. And then 916 closes the quote. That's it. That's the goal. Just make the playoffs. And then the team feels like it's a success. A lot of text coming in. The team feels like it's a success. Yeah, I would. And that's what we talked about, right? 916. And that was my whole conversation when it came to, hey, got to be careful here, not trying to pocket watch or anything like that. But there are levels, again, and this is what is maybe not even that disrespectful. Hey, in a small market and a market that hasn't seen a lot of success, getting the team to the playoffs or being competitive, that is a step up, right? But if everyone kind of catches on to the fact that that's all you're trying to do, and as the saying goes, you know, my mom always told me, shoot for the moon and you'll land amongst the stars. Kind of feels like the Kings are just shooting for the stars. So if you shoot for the moon, you might not get it, but hey, we're shooting to be the 1 seed. We're making moves to be the 1 seed. Oh, we didn't get there. Money this, moves that. Okay, we're the 4 seed. We're the 5 seed. But if you're shooting for this 5 or 6 seed, no wonder you're always fighting for the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seed. No wonder. And that is what a lot of people are starting to see, and it's rubbing people the wrong way. From the 530, if this front office stands pat at the trade deadline and they continue to be 500 by the end of the year, do you think the entire front office is gone by next season? So 530, I'm going to liken this to our old friend who, is he back with the Dodgers? I can't remember. Maybe he's with the Padres now. Farhan Zaidi. So Farhan Zaidi took a lot of you-know-what from people because he was a penny pincher. He was shopping in the clearance rack. He didn't want to spend that money, as a lot of people saw other teams, especially the Smurfs down there in LA, spending a lot of money. But as this thing continued, and as we started to see what it was, what's up, Ramsey?
Farhan doesn't have a job.
He doesn't have a job right now.
He's on the market like the rest of us.
Okay. All right. Fire up that LinkedIn. So
fire up that Redfin password.
That's right. So as we got deeper into this thing with Farhan, he deserves some blame, but Farhan was really good at what? Finding diamonds in the rough. Donnie Barrels, right? Guys like that. Mike Yastrzemski, guys like that, okay? You still need the blue chips. You still need the big boppers to take you to the promised land. So I started thinking, you know, Farhan got a really bad rap, but what was his budget? What was he able to do? So bringing it back to Monte McNair, I'm not saying that Monte McNair is without any fault, but you do have to wonder, what is Monte McNair being allowed to do? And what are the rules? I don't know. So if you do move on from him, which I do think that they will, right? If they don't make the playoffs, I think Monte is cooked. That's what I think. But when you bring in the new GM and the new assistant GM, are they going to get the same rules? Is it a matter of the budget and the rules that they are playing within? And it's, I need someone, and maybe it is, and maybe it's Mr. Vivek saying, here's your budget. Monte couldn't figure it out with this budget and these rules. So I'm going to find someone that can. And if I look at other teams that are dealing with similar budgets, having more success, that tells me that my wallet isn't the problem. Your decision-making is. So maybe it's a little bit of both. But you can move on from whoever you want to move on from. It really is also a question of what the budget is. And because based on the budget, you have to be that much, you have to be perfect, right? Or closer to perfect. And Monte has not been that. He's made some moves. He's definitely made some moves, but he has not been perfect. And if you're dealing with a lesser budget, you have to be more perfect than say, oh, we messed up here, the Celtics, the Lakers, whoever it is. Especially when you're dealing with the market that will not get free agents. That's the other part of it. You mess up in Miami, all right, we messed up, but we can still get somebody. You mess up in Boston, all right, we messed up, we can get somebody. Or if you have an attractive piece like the San Antonio Spurs or the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks haven't been perfect. They find a way to get Kyle Kuzma and pair him with Dame Lillard because you have Giannis. So whoever they bring in next, we are going to have conversations about where is that line as far as making moves and that person being good at their job and the constraints that they're working with compared to others. And the easiest way to do this is to look at the Kings. We had Yossi Gozlan on yesterday. Go check that out on YouTube from the thirdapron.com. Where is the Kings situation, right? There are teams in worse situations, but that's because they spent more money. So the conversation of quote unquote worse really to me comes to, have you made, the draft? I think that is probably the most unforgivable thing because that is where you make your money if you are a small market team. The Devin Carter thing, let me tell y'all, brothers and sisters, I'm praying. And that's why I said brothers and sisters. I am praying. We need some Our Fathers. We need some Hail Marys because that's what I do every time Devin Carter puts up a floater. He's not there yet. And that could look very bad. That might be the coffin. The De'Aaron Fox thing, De'Aaron wants to go, he wants to go. But in part, it's because you brought in yet another guard. And Dalton Connect, oh my gosh, I had to watch Dalton Connect last night against the Clippers. Connect 4, dunking with LeBron, smacking threes. Khalil Ware could win Rookie of the Year. He's in the top running. And you go with a guard. And maybe I would love to eat crow in 3 years as Devin Carter is that dude. He's our Derek White. But right now, there are some things that I do think Monte had some constraints on to bring this whole thing back together. There are some things that I think Monte had constraints on, but you don't have constraints on drafts and the obsession with guards and the smugness when you're asked about length. And shout out to Jake Gaden, friend of the show. And I've been on his show too. Shout out to Jake because Jake followed up with him on that specific, I'll never forget, I believe it was Media Day, when he said, basically, what was that? That Anthony Edwards line? Well, they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels. Well, they got length, but we got Jalen McDaniels, who never suited up for the Sacramento Kings. So again, some things I believe that there are constraints on, but where we have to evaluate Monte McNair and whoever we bring in next is the things that you didn't have constraints on, you missed. You swung and missed on a lot. Chris Duarte, I don't know if that brother even still plays basketball. Okay? Sasha Vezenkov, that experience was so bad, he ran home. So you swung and missed on some things after just following that guy. So when the Sasha thing came out, I just a couple weeks ago again, I looked through everything. You watched this Beam team. You watched Game 7, and you said, I guess because Kevin Huerter and Keegan forgot how to shoot, we need more shooters. We don't need defenders. And maybe it was because the Warriors are always one of the smallest teams. I don't know. But you bring in Sasha Vezenkov, You bring in Chris Duarte, Davion Mitchell is now signed to the Curry brand. You couldn't utilize Davion. It didn't work out. Now he's just hooping for fun in Toronto. And God bless him. So there are areas where I'll say, you know what? Maybe it's a Farhan Zaidi. And it's the same thing with Farhan. I think there were some constraints. He came in to fix the books. He did. There were some bad contracts. But then you have to hit on other things. And other teams are dealing with the same constraints as you. And they're making better decisions than you. The Devin Carter thing, to me, could be the nail in the coffin. You've moved on from De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron Fox has been injured, and dudes have been hurt. And I know he just started in January, and I don't want to be unfair, but it doesn't look good. And you stand up there, and you make us all feel like we don't know ball, but we're all watching the same game. And I'm sitting here saying, what am I missing? Devin Carter is not a point guard. He actually said he's better off ball. He is Josh Hart, maybe with less playmaking, and maybe that will evolve. But that's what you felt like you needed right now. It's almost like, to me, you know what it is? And I'm actually going to share a story with you. And we're over on time, but we'll figure it out. All right? Ramsey's got me. So yesterday, I won't say the name of the place, but there was a crazy deal. It's one of those stores. It's one of those restaurants that's like a combination. I'm out there in the Thomas. Shout out to the Toe. It's one of those places that's a combination restaurant. So you can get burritos, you can get burgers, you can get pizza, and there's a chicken sandwich spot that we really like. So there was this sale going on where it was buy one, get another for free, even if you didn't need it. So my wife says, hey, look at these crazy deals. All right. So I say, okay. And I look, and it's the chicken fries that we want, and it's buy one, get one free. It's the, a burrito bowl, buy one, get one free. And it's a smash burger, buy one, get one free. So me, being myself, I say, well, let's get the fries that we were normally about to get. We'll get the burrito bowl as well. And I mean, it's only $9. Why don't we get the 2 burgers? She looked at me and said, Allen, we don't need the 2 burgers. Is it a good deal? Yes, but we don't need the 2 burgers, so we didn't get them. Was Devin Carter maybe a steal at that spot in the draft? Maybe. A lot of people say sure. But is that what you need right now? With your upset, disgruntled star guard? No. Swing and miss on a wing. Go get Tristan da Silva and say, hey, I tried and it didn't work out. But that's what you felt like you needed right now? And then right now he's not even where he needs to be? It's absurd. It is absurd. We got Jalen McDaniels, though. No, we don't. Nobody does, because that brother can't even play in the league. 916-339-1140. Let's keep the conversation going. Sacramento. It starts tonight. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Live and local.
With everything 49ers.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Dives for the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco. Bob Paul Jones went up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
The 49ers play on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, Sacramento, it's time to party. Join us for the ultimate big game watch party at Mix Downtown, hosted by Sacktown Sports on Sunday, February 9th. Feast on Mix's all-you-can-eat taco and nacho bar and big game bites while watching the biggest football game of the year. Catch all the action on Mix's large projection screens and HD TVs. Doors open at 2 p.m. Kickoff is at 3. Mix Downtown, located at 16th and L Streets in Sacramento. It's 21 and over, so bring your crew and let's make it a game day to remember. For details, visit mixdowntown.net.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
I gotta cool off. It's been a little hot in the studio talking about Monte McNair. And, you know, when I get on rants like that, I do appreciate, you know, the people that we can find that actually disagree. Because if you've been listening to the show for any amount of time, I mean, you should know that the way these things go is I try my best to approach all sides, right? And that's what you got to do with 4 hours in a solo show. So we're reacting to Monte McNair. I didn't really think that much came out from the press conference. Does that have anything to do with how successful I think the team will be? I told you I actually felt better about the team before the press conference, right? So what's funny is, you know, and somebody will say, you know, Patrick Donaldson on the Sack Chat, this is too negative, I'm out. Okay. You know, I mean, look, again, I know people are in and out of their day. You pop in, you pop out, whatever the case may be. And I am not going to rip on Monte McNair for 4 hours. It's not, he doesn't deserve that. But do I think it was a good press conference? I've heard better. Okay. Do I think that the Kings have a chance to still make some noise in the playoffs? Absolutely. What's crazy is y'all know I'm not even that high on De'Aaron Fox. I never have been. I saw that video with him today. That brother looked like he is grinning from ear to ear. I don't have to answer any crazy questions about accountability. Wembanyama, go do all that, man. I'm cool.
Here's what I want to say just to follow up with everything you were talking about, Monte McNair. His press conferences aren't the greatest, but what we do have to look at is what he's done in his tenure here. People say that he hasn't done anything, but he's brought in Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, and others just in a little short time frame that he's done. The only other GM that's brought in that type of caliber, if not more, was the great Jeff Petrie that we had roughly about 20 to 25 years ago.
Right. And look, that's what this whole thing is, right? There are areas, and again, like I said, it's ... Did Monte feel like this is the most they can get back based on, again, going back to De'Aaron when he said, I'm going to one place. If De'Aaron had said, I'm out, De'Aaron had said, I'm out, but, here are 7 teams that I want to go to. There was no bidding war. So Monte is saying, what did you want? What could we have gotten back when there's no bidding war? All these other dudes, the Cam Johnson, crazy enough, Cam Johnson will possibly, I don't know that he'll go for more than De'Aaron, but probably higher value first round picks. And we'll see once things get closer to the end. But the difference is there's a bidding war. De'Aaron's a better talent, but there was no bidding war.
I mean, as you were saying, there's a bidding war for a lot of these players. Let's bring up one that we've all been talking about, Jonas Valanciunas.
Right.
There's rumors right now to basically swap centers from Washington to Phoenix, move a disgruntled Yusuf Nurkic to Washington, bringing Jonas Valanciunas to Phoenix, which would be a hell of a move because you then have Nick Richards, Mason Plumlee, and Jonas Valanciunas on the same team. So they'd have a bunch of bigs to work with. I mean, we saw what just happened this morning with Kuzma. I mean, he had been rumored to go everywhere, and they moved him to Milwaukee. Let's see if this changes his tune and the trajectory of his career, because we all saw the Washington era of what that was. But they moved him for a thank you for your services, Chris Middleton. You're at a point in your career where it's on the decline, so we're seeing if we can get better talent.
Yeah, and Chris Middleton, I believe I read he has a player option, which you're opting in, and based on his health, you're definitely opting in. Washington is just wearing it. Get a vet in the building. We'll see what happens with the Jordan Poole thing. But besides that, they're very young. The Corey Kisperts of the world. And
I was getting ready to bring that name up. And if it didn't cost much, I'd take him here in Sacramento in a heartbeat.
Chris Middleton?
No, Corey Kispert.
Oh, yes.
I take Corey Kispert here in a heartbeat because I feel he needs to change his scenery too, because he's buried on he's a bench player on a bad team. I think if he got in a better situation, we'd get to truly see him showcase his skills like he did to get drafted in the first round when he was at Gonzaga.
Yeah. So, it's interesting, everything that's coming in. From the 916, just tell us how Monte improved the team. He swapped a guard for a guard. That's Sam and Elk Grove. And Sam, that's why I've given Monte an incomplete. Okay, we are a little bit we're about 24 hours away from the trade deadline, and we'll see then we will give him a grade. If they are who they are, then I looked at the head-to-head. You moved on from De'Aaron Fox. I guess because you figured you were going to lose him anyway. That's what we're taking away from the presser that we're going to replay in about 7 minutes here. Right now, I don't think the team has been improved, because I don't think Zach LaVine is better than De'Aaron Fox. He's got 24 hours to get there. The 530 says, stop living in the past and let's move forward with some positive thoughts on our new starting five.
I concur with that. Man. I concur with that.
Like I said, it's a 4-hour show. Monte McNair was asked questions about Mike Brown. You just lost, and that's the thing, 530. I can't do a show just for you. I can't do a show just for Ramsey. I can't do a show just for myself. Monte McNair just spoke. You just lost your franchise guy of 8 years. Okay, and Monte McNair finally spoke on it. So I'm sorry, 530. I'm not going to, in the first hour of the show, just talk about Zach LaVine. Like I said, we go up to 2 p.m. We're going to talk about Zach LaVine. But, it's crazy because some people are upset with the situation. Some people are happy. I am not even the biggest De'Aaron Fox guy. But you cannot even talk about the future or the present without talking about how we got here. And you're doing a disservice to not do that. All right. I got to cool off. Let's get to a break, and I'll have more time to cool off as we will be replaying Monte McNair's presser in case you missed it on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Magic. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeWise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The Big O Tires President's Day sale is here. Enjoy historic savings with buy 3, get 1 free on our exclusive Big O branded tires. And every set is backed by our ProTech warranty. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details. Valid through February 17th.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
P-P-P-Love, time to bring the bass back.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
All right, about to get into this Monte McNair presser. Just real quick, we got a couple minutes before we hit 11 on the dot. We're trying to time this thing out. Look, man, Sack Chat, I love you. Text line, I love you. I love you so much. This is what I'm going to do. Like I said, it's about 15 minutes to presser. 916-339-1140. Okay? You have something to say. If you agree with what I'm saying, great. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, even better. Call in. Let's have a conversation. All right? I'm not going to go back and forth, even though I like doing it. I got to stay on track. But I would much rather, I'm a phone guy. I'm the same way in my life. I call people.
I concur. I'm the same way myself.
If you have something to say, if you disagree and you're happy with the direction, and I'm not even saying I'm not happy. I'm reacting to a presser that I didn't love. Call in. Call in. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on text. That's unfair to all the listeners out there. But call in, because I'm sure the listeners would love to hear it back and forth. All right, Ramsey, let's get to that Monte McNair presser.
Obviously want to start by thanking De'Aaron, Kevin, and Jordan for their contributions to us. We all know what De'Aaron's meant to this franchise for the last 7-8 years. Some incredible moments. Kevin, obviously also a part of the original Beam team and breaking the playoff drought. So wish them the best. Jordan, his time here a little shorter, but great to get to know him. He's going to have a bright future in this league as well. So thank you to them. On the flip side, we're excited to welcome Zach and Ceedy here. I think Zach's, time in the league speaks for itself, multi-time All-Star, just an incredible talent, shot making, athleticism, and somebody who, puts his stamp on the court. So we're excited. We'll obviously talk more about Zach later today, I'm sure. So I think that's it for my intro. So let's go.
Yeah, Monte, it's been 40 plus days since Mike Brown was fired, and this is the first time we're getting to talk to you. What went into the decision to not hold a press conference before today, and sort of even that playing into one of the reasons why De'Aaron Fox was uncomfortable moving forward because he felt he was left out in front of to answer some of the media questions?
Yeah, so I'd say at the time, obviously we were struggling as a team. Mike done some incredible things for this organization, and we all saw what he did the past 2+ years for us. So I have nothing bad to say about Mike. I don't want to come up here and do that. I respect everything he's done. At the same time, we're trying to turn our season around. We're a month out from the trade deadline, and we've got to figure out now with an interim coach how we're going to go turn this thing around. That was the primary focus. I knew I'd come up here and speak to you guys at some point, but that was, it was all hands on deck for that. And so far we've gotten ourselves back into the mix. So, I think we obviously have some more work to do there. On De'Aaron, I think incredible player. At the same time, we've offered multiple extensions. That's been public. In addition to public and private conversations that happened before that decision on the coaching change. So, I think, I'll speak more on that, but, for us, it became clear that there was no pathway there for a long-term agreement. And so that's also why we're here today.
Monte, I would just like to, say this. I asked this question, because yes, it's been way out since December 28th, since we spoke. Since the firing of Mike Brown, and many of us who was in that gym, spoke to him. And then the next thing you know, he's going to the airport. He gets a message that he's been he's separated, from his organization. As far as full respect, due respect, why did it take so long for you to come out and just say, hey, this is what we did and this is why we did it and we're moving on? Why did it take that long?
Yeah, I think as I just answered there, we were focused on the team at that point and turning the season around. And, that was, at that time, that was what we were focused on.
It wasn't in the best interest of the media, to get some type of feedback.
Yeah, understand, from where you're coming from. Yeah.
Next question. Monte, how was Fox consulted at all or talked to, or any of the players talked to at all about the decision to move on from Mike? And do you feel that had a impact on ultimately an agreement not being able to be made or a separation happening between the organization and De'Aaron?
No, De'Aaron had nothing to do with the decision on the coaching change. No player did. That was the decision that I made, that the organization, as we discussed, obviously came to, but no players, no.
Mike was the first winning coach here in quite a long time, and you guys understood have a five-game losing streak at the time of the firing. Can you just explain the timing of it, particularly after he was given an extension, and why it seemed like he had such a short leash?
Yeah, obviously we had, I think, high expectations coming into the season, for a variety of reasons. We did start off with some success, but heading into December started hitting a skid. And then I think ultimately, as we're trying to figure out ways to turn the season around, a lot of different things were discussed, but ultimately the 5-game losing streak at home and the Detroit loss, the next day, as we talk through it, that was, we felt we had a season that could be better. And, that was the choice we made at that time. That was the thing that, that we could push to. And, so far I think we've had some success there, but, those were the main factors that were going in at the time. And, the higher expectations things are, the more we expect of ourselves.
Hi, Monte. On the De'Aaron front, you guys obviously make a choice to do it now versus the summer. I just wonder, from the group standpoint, when did that start to become more real, and what was your calculus on, that idea that do we ride this out and see how the rest of the year goes? Market-wise, what kind of intel and information and insight can you share about, doing it now versus doing it later?
Yeah. I mean, really, I think anytime, a player of that caliber, you get closer to the end of the contract. We've offered extensions, as we talked about. Anytime there's a transaction window, we revisit, how do we handle this? And I think at this point, with, a year and a half left, we decided, with the public and private indications we were getting, that this was the time to at least explore the market. At the same time, I think we got, a return we're excited about. And so that's why we pulled the trigger.
Monte, during media day, I specifically asked you about roster balance, specifically with length. You pointed to McDaniels and Len as two players that provided length. McDaniels, of course, did make it at training camp. Len has had multiple DNPs, isn't getting significant minutes, as you would say. Do you still have a plan to address the length issues that you guys have within this roster imbalance?
Yeah, certainly. Something we're looking to do. Well, we obviously, with the trade deadlines coming up, that's one option, and we'll continue to look at it going forward.
Hey, Monte, is there? I mean, you've seen obviously storylines and just narratives that are out there. Is there any kind of things that are out there that you wish people didn't know, or maybe might be a misconception or anything about maybe what has happened over these past few weeks and months?
I would say nothing more that I haven't addressed so far.
Okay. And then just another one. I mean, just how unfathomable, I guess, in your mind is it that, someone had mentioned the extension for Mike, and then obviously wanting the extension for De'Aaron, and then, you're about 6-7 months from some of those conversations, and both of those guys are gone. I mean, is that completely something that's uncharted territory for you in terms of what you had felt going forward at those times?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, coming off the last 2 seasons and the decision to extend Mike, we did not envision that this is how the season would go, but all we can do is, continue to deal with the information we're getting and make the best decision in each moment. Obviously in hindsight, we maybe would have done some things differently, but we don't have the benefit of hindsight at the time.
Hey, Monte, after moving on from Mike, what was the decision process like for figuring out who was going to be interim and what eventually made you settle on Doug?
Yeah, I think with obviously we have a lot of qualified coaches on our staff, but Doug in particular, his not just being a former player, but a former Sacramento King, and his connection to us as an organization. I think a lot of what we've seen from Doug so far is what we hope for, and just his ability to to lead these guys and give a different perspective. So he had that unique combination. I think that was ultimately the deciding factor.
Monte, you guys have been playing some good basketball before the road trip, and then this De'Aaron Fox stuff happens. Then, were there more conversations with Rich Paul in the lead up to the road trip that made you feel like, okay, we have to pounce now and make this deal? Why was the timing now?
Yeah, I don't want to get into maybe those private conversations. I will say that conversations have been had, throughout and even more so before, dating back to the summer and the early part of the season. Obviously, the deadline is just the time that these things end up happening. And so, as I said with Sam's question, it's just each transaction window we kind of have to decide, what are we trying to do? For the first time, we did decide to explore the market there.
I guess along those lines, De'Aaron has said multiple times that he wanted to retire here. He goes into the season not signing the extension, and then there's reports that you and Wes met with Rich Paul, and then the report a few weeks ago that you guys were open to trading him. Just from your point of view, where do you feel like things kind of went wrong or just ended the way they did?
I think obviously, the season hasn't gone as we all hoped. That's part of it. At the same time, I think, we did explore ways to have De'Aaron stay here, and it was made clear that wasn't going to happen. So moved on.
Monte, in regards to Mike, was it simply just wanting a new voice, or were there specific things you can share that he wasn't doing that maybe you guys were looking for him to do? Like, what's maybe a little more insight into like the reason that you guys weren't happy with him anymore?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it was just the results, of the season, and specifically the way that we played in that homestand. We felt we needed to do something. That was one of the options that we had been discussing in the days leading up, and like I said, the way ultimately that the last couple games of that homestand went solidified that.
Monte, can you say definitively whose call it was to fire Mike?
Yeah, mine.
Monte, can you, within reason of what you can share with negotiations, how difficult was it with San Antonio specifically trying to work out the deal, knowing that was Fox's ideal location of where he wanted to end up, trying to get as much return as you possibly could for a player who's obviously been the face of the franchise for so long?
Yeah, I would say, certainly anytime a player of that caliber, is in the market, and also the way that it was very public. It made for a unique market, but I also think our group did a great job of cultivating a market to ultimately get what we wanted in return. We were not going to settle for less than we wanted, and so when we got that, we made the deal.
Monte, 2 years ago, you won Executive of the Year. Do you think from that moment to where we are today that you've done everything in your power to provide the support for whether it be Mike Brown or De'Aaron Fox on the court with players to make this thing work? And going forward, Zach LaVine is going to face the same issue that De'Aaron did of the length and athleticism at the wings. Is there a way to address some of those issues now?
Yeah, I would say two things, James. One is, from where we started to where we are, I think we've had a lot of success. We're in our third straight winning season, after whatever it was, 15, 16 without. At the same time, we haven't won enough for our expectations as they've gone up following, our playoff year. And ultimately that all falls on me. And so, I'm tasked with getting us to the playoffs, and that's what I keep trying to do. Up to you guys, how good that's been.
Kind of along those lines, I guess, this might take me a minute to get through. Just wondering how you view this going forward. You talked about not seeing a pathway long-term with Fox, and here you are getting ultimately what I would imagine in your mind was the best deal that you could possibly get for him. Does this feel like a step back from the vision that you had? Does this feel all that removed from maybe the pathway that you wanted, and just kind of how that relates to competition going forward in terms of maybe what you feel this team is capable of? Yeah,
certainly not linear. How we've gotten there never is. I think following the 23 season, we had hopes that the core could continue to ascend. Obviously, at this point, we've gone in a different direction. At the same time, Zach is an incredible player. I think we have a lot of talent on this team. The West is tough, but we're competing with some of the best teams in that conference. On the flip side, this is one of the first times, in my career that I've had plus first round picks, and we got some very high value picks in return, in addition to a really good player. And so that's just going to give us more opportunities down the road to continue to improve this team, get where we want to go.
It's up to you to decide whether or not I've done a good job of that. We continue to react on the other side, opening back up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. Let's keep the conversation going. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
So we've given you a couple chances here to listen to the Monte McNair presser. We are going to get into Zach LaVine and, of course, our game preview. It's going to be a crazy night, man. Our first dog segment, our first prop talk without De'Aaron Fox. By the way, De'Aaron Fox saying some things for the San Antonio Spurs. We're not going to play that audio, but I'm sure some of you have seen that going around. Very excited about his future there. God bless him. You know, sometimes a relationship just kind of grows apart. That's what I heard Deuce Mason saying a couple days ago for the T-Wolves game, and I thought that was really well said. And I was mad I hadn't thought of it first. But as the Kings look to get on the right side of things, we take a look at where they are. The game last night, Lakers-Clippers, I mean, I guess we were, as much as it pains me, I believe at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are not, and honestly, I don't know that any of the teams set below the 7 seed are going to catch the Clippers, but I believe we are now Lakers fans, right? I mean, with the 19 losses and adding Luka, I just don't really see them dropping into the play-in. I think it's all eyes on that 6 seed. And to be honest with you, I more so think it's all eyes on that 7 seed. You get your home game, you win and you're in, and you would then get a Grizzlies team who they're not sure who their best player is, right? Is it Jaren Jackson Jr. or is it Ja Morant? So you have an opportunity there. So, you know, as we start to look forward here and the phone lines are ringing off the hook, so we want to get to you, but you know, a lot of people want to react. A lot of people want to talk about Monte McNair. A lot of people want to talk about the future, and we're going to give you all your time up until 2 p.m. And then the drive guys will take care of you as well. I think there is a buzz all around. I mean, I'll tell you this much before I get to the phone lines. I'm not a bad flyer, but in the weather, and I know sometimes when the weather is bad for us, it's better up in the skies. But that little tiny, I don't know, the G5, they don't look like a G5, G6. That jet did not look big enough for Zach LaVine. He got out the jet, and I'm thinking, obviously, I don't have the money, but can you just put me in United in first class? Because that jet was tiny. I remember Jet Suite X. That looked smaller than, I was not feeling that, man.
Facts. As much as people got money for the PJs, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
And the other story that I heard from Drapes, when they were coming back from Minnesota, they had to de-ice the plane.
Come on now.
And Drapes said to de-ice the plane, they had to shut it off, and they turned the heat off in Minnesota.
In the plane,
and it took an hour to de-ice the plane just to get off the runway, and they didn't get back here. It's about 2:45 in the morning, Tuesday morning.
Come on.
So
man. No, I saw him get off that jet. I said, "Where's the rest of it?" That looked like a toy plane. But look, I'm in a different. They're in a different tax bracket. So it is what it is. 916-339-1140. Let's go to Mark. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Mark? What you got for us?
Hey, everyone.
Hey.
Taking a break from the pools today.
Oh, the pool guy, Mark. What's up, pool guy, Mark? You got today off?
Yeah, I did.
There you go. What you got for us?
Well, I just wanted to talk about, the press conference, some of my takes. I just thought it was kind of interesting, the decision to fire the coach. It felt very reactive, hey, we had this losing streak and we went to a different direction. It just, wow, they had the stamp of the ownership to me on that one. And then also, I felt like they didn't really give the team a chance to gel. You know, like they wanted these expectations to just happen overnight. And I'm like, man, these are all new players. You know, teams like Dallas gave, that, duel like a whole season to kind of gel together. I mean, and then the one thing that really was interesting was like, I felt like, with Monte, he's kind of a political kind of dude. You never really get like a straight answer from the guy, but he said he was tasked to get the Kings to the playoffs.
Right.
To me, I'm like, a team that just wants to sniff the playoffs, kind of like not your rant, but what you talked about early yesterday.
Oh, it was a rant.
I mean,
it was a rant. You can call it that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, just everything you said just solidified. This is a team that just kind of wants to sneak in and, get into playoffs, and they're happy with that. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mark. Enjoy the day off. And some people are okay with that. I don't want to downplay that, because after all these years of not being competitive, some people are going to be okay with that. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying whether it's okay or not, but again, you shoot for the moon and you land amongst the stars. If you're making moves to be a 5 or 6 seed, you're dealing in a situation where if one thing goes wrong, you're a 9 or 10 seed, and that's what we saw last season.
Here's my issue with like what you were saying or what you said. People in Sacramento have settled for mediocre for so long because of what they've known previously.
Yeah.
Don't settle for mediocre. You've got 3 all-star level talents right now on the roster, and Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis. You got Malik Monk, who is the energy and makes this thing go. Don't settle for mediocre. Like you said, shoot for the stars, shoot for as high as you can, and wherever it settles out, it settles out. Mediocre is unacceptable at the moment.
Yeah, and anybody can sneak in and win this thing. I know you do typically need a top 10 guy, but I mean, at least, setting your sets to get into the playoffs, I think it's fine for now, but everyone's expectations are going to continue to change. I'm looking here to Mark's note about not letting the team gel. Let's not forget that beginning area or situation in the season where De'Aaron had all those points. Malik Monk has missed 8 games. That was all at the beginning of the season. So Malik Monk missed 8 games. I'm looking here. DeMar DeRozan missed 5 games, and this was all when a lot of these guys were missing the games at the same time. So Malik missed 8. DeMar DeRozan missed 5. All right. And De'Aaron's not healthy. Domantas Sabonis has missed 3. I believe De'Aaron missed some games too.
He missed a couple games. In the games that you're referring to early, Malik rolled his ankle in the Phoenix game in November. In the 2 games where De'Aaron went off for 109, they had nobody.
Yeah, nobody.
Sabonis was out. DeMar was out. Malik was out. So at that time, De'Aaron had to put the team on his back.
De'Aaron missed 4 games as well. So to that point from Mark, there wasn't a lot of time. And this was all at most of it was at the beginning of the season. So they did not, and that's why I am putting some of that on De'Aaron for that December meeting. Why are you already talking about the team being better? We don't even know what the team is.
Facts.
Because you didn't even play that much, and it's December. And you're talking about we don't control our destiny. That is what I think Monte was alluding to going into the summer, but there was still that carrot of All-NBA. And once that All-NBA carrot started to disappear, that's where – and I'm not saying that's how it happened. I'm saying those are rumors of that's how it happened. And Monte is kind of saying that they thought it was a tall task to keep De'Aaron. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Doug. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Doug? What you got for us?
Sir, how are you today?
I'm good, Doug. How you doing?
Well, I've got a reality check that I need to put on the airwaves.
Okay.
And this is what I'm thinking. I'm listening to, whatever his name is, McNair. He had a blip that he did the other day. And the reality is that in 2 years from now, you've got Zach's almost done with 1 more year after that. DeRozan's almost gone. And Zach LaVine's almost gone. I don't want to talk about today. I want to get it so we get players that come in this league that want to be in Sacramento, and that's what has to get fixed. The rest of that stuff is window dressing, and yeah, we got this, and we did that. That's nice. But we need to solve the big problem, and that's getting players to come to Sacramento and signing deals. We were fortunate enough to have Fox for the 8 years that we did, and we didn't get it done. to get to a spot where he would automatically sign his extension. Have a great day. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Doug. So it felt like Doug was, and we're up against it, but it felt like Doug is basically saying to stop with feels like Doug is saying stop with the retool and just restart, because you have Sabonis, right? You had De'Aaron Fox. You do get Zach LaVine, and you got Malik Monk to stay. So they've gotten guys to stay. The De'Aaron Fox thing, some of that goes from before Monte was actually here, but I know Monte was a big part of it. So yeah, maybe it's just a matter of when you talk about guys coming to Sacramento, that's something that Monte ain't going to be able to. That's just not really a thing, and that's not just a Sacramento thing. That's a small market thing.
And real quick, I just wanted to question Doug on what he was saying. People not wanting to come to Sacramento. Mm-hmm. DeMar DeRozan chose to come to Sacramento.
Right, DeMar chose.
He chose to come to Sacramento. Zach LaVine is coming to Sacramento with open arms.
I guess Doug was saying Zach isn't, or DeMar isn't really in his prime anymore. I think that's where Doug was trying to go, but
doesn't matter. He still chose to come to Sacramento.
This team deserves, obviously, the rest. I think this team deserves the rest of this season. I think this team deserves another season. Go get that wing. You go get that wing, and as much junk as I've been talking about Monte McNair, you go get that wing before, and I'm not talking fire wings here. You go get a lengthy individual before the trade deadline is over. This thing could be a B+, A-. I'm serious. Is he going to do it? Didn't really sound like he was super pressed when Jake Gayden asked him, but maybe he's trying to hide his cards. All right, we have some numbers on Zach LaVine as he debuts tonight. We have his statement after the trade, and we have DeMar DeRozan on his former teammate turned current teammate. Down south, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Oh, please, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be
reeling in the refund.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Take a seat in the lap of luxury. Earn entries daily with a qualifying hand on your favorite table games. Then join us every Thursday for a chance at luxury watches, bags, and more. It all leads to our grand finale drawing on February 28th with your chance to drive off in a brand new Porsche Macan. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
$11:30 on the dot, taking you up to 2 p.m. I'm going back and forth with the 916. Saying that I was trying to make Doug look bad. I mean, Doug calls in all the time. I just felt like Doug was essentially saying, and I love Doug. I felt like Doug was saying to restart again, and some of the conversations about restarting and not really. I just felt like Doug hadn't given enough to some of the moves that had been made. You know, and the 916 is going back and forth saying, I am not really understanding, but it's all good. Someone else, 209, says, y'all got to stop saying Zach LaVine. Say Zacktown instead. No. I mean, both are fine. I'm good with both. But I like Zach LaVine better than Zacktown. Give us your best. All right, let's do it. Give us your best Zach LaVine pun. I'm sure a lot of this has been done already, but we haven't done it on this show. I like Zach LaVine the most. 209 likes Zacktown better. Zacktown Sports, 11 Zordy, if you are into that. And speaking of, Ramsey, let me know when we're ready to go with that DeMar DeRozan sound on Zach LaVine. Let's hear what DeMar had to say about his former teammate turned teammate once again. Here it is.
One of the most talented players I ever played with in my career. It sucks. My last 2 years in Chicago, he wasn't healthy. Our first year together, me and him making an all-star game together, just shows the talent that he is and the capability he's able to do. It's amazing. I can't wait till the fans get a chance to witness it.
I think a lot of people are excited, man. I think a lot of people are excited about what Zach LaVine's going to be able to do. And DeMar in 2023 said, I've never played with such a talented, gifted player at the wing position as Zach. We know about the hyper athleticism with the slam dunk competitions, even if you think Aaron Gordon should have won them, still some of the most legendary competitions. The dude is a walking bucket. All right. And what he's doing this season, if you look at his career revival that he's had, from 51.1% field goal percentage. That is a career high for Zach LaVine, 44.6% from three, also a career high, while shooting the most attempts he's ever had, 7.3. So the efficiency is the most attempts since 2021 when he was an all-star. So that efficiency is crazy, 63.7%. True shooting is the highest on the Chicago Bulls, would be third highest on the Kings. And it would go Sabonis, Keon Ellis, and then Zach LaVine. So this is starting to look good, right? He's got to stay healthy. That's the main thing. But this team is going to be fun. At the very least, I'm seeing AAU, I'm seeing not even AAU. I mean, and one, right? Going back to, what was I, in middle school now when I had the and one shoes. One was one color, one was the other. The AIs just came out. Allen is in 7th, 8th grade. I had cornrows. My mom's got a picture somewhere. That's the type of basketball. This is going to be fun, man. The ankles are on notice. Everyone's ankles are on notice.
Here's what I do have to say first and foremost about Zach LaVine. Just like our head coach, Doug Christie, he's from Seattle. And if those of you were listening know anything about Seattle and basketball, they got hoopers. We're going to be opposed against one of them hoopers tonight in Palo Banquero.
That's right.
But Anybody coming out of Seattle, they'll tell you they got hoopers. Zack is a hooper. Throw the stats out the window. The man can shoot. The man still has the athleticism. He has basketball IQ. He's a hooper.
And
So if you got more than one, and now you got more than one hooper in the backcourt again with Debo and with Zach LaVine, because Debo's a hooper. Debo not lace him up because he doesn't tie his shoes, but he'll put shoes on and go hoop anywhere you ask. And Zach LaVine seems like he's that type as well.
And right now, when it comes to there's no more, hey, De'Aaron, are you the number one? Are you are you going to take over today? It's all, hey, Malik, you go, we go. We got a closer in DeMar DeRozan, and everything else is going to fit in the way it fits in. 916-339-1140. We got Javi and Jesse waiting. Let's go to Javi. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Javi? What you got for us?
How you doing, Mr. Stiles? Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear.
Yeah. So, been trying to call since yesterday because I hate the false narrative spread on the airwaves for yesterday. Mm-hmm. And whether it's intentional or not, answer my call now when Kyle was here. I wanted him to be here to hear this. The narrative that the Kings have to trade one of their top 6 in the rotation acquired talent like Cam Johnson is just inaccurate. And you had the guy from the third April, which I appreciate his knowledge, but he doesn't do his homework either. If you go and actually do your due diligence, the Kings right now, based on spot track, you could trade, because to give in life, Mr. Stiles, you have to give a little, right?
Right.
So the Kings want a guy like Cam Johnson, but they don't want to get rid of their top 6. That draft pick last season was something that was of value in the offseason, but they were not, whatever reason, in a position to deal it. If you go and trade Trey Lyles, Devin Carter, Colby Jones, a first-round pick, along with 2 seconds in spot track, you can acquire a Cam Johnson, along with the Noah Clowney with the TPE trade player exception we have through spot track, and then you're too short of what you need in regards to total and the NBA necessity of where the roster needs to be at going into the next game. You go and sign a veteran minimum to a player like Mo Bamba to add on to the roster, and even a guy like that just got waived from Chicago, Torrey Craig, to facilitate that type of acquisition and solidify the roster to go forward. But you can go and clearly acquire a player like Cam Johnson without giving up any of the starting 5, or even your top 6 players. But you guys got to stop spreading you got to just go do your homework. That's not true at all. If Monte can go get a deal to acquire Cam Johnson with the likes of a Devin Carter, Colby Jones, and Trey Lyles in a first that they just acquired through San Antonio for a trade acquisition for this deadline before it expires coming up Thursday, that would be an A+. But they kind of trade DeMar. No, they don't.
Thanks for the call, Hav. Thanks for the call, Hav. Look, and that's why I did pull this back out, and I said, look, I'm not, like I said, people that are driving around, okay, a lot of listeners that are part of the team, you can go listen to Yossi Gosselin. He was on the show. We're going to find out what they do or not, right? I'm not going to get into every single minute version and reason or possibility that could happen. It always takes 2 to tango, and we'll see. We'll see.
And trades aren't made by a computer. Trades are made by human beings having conversations, trying to structure something together for something that works and makes sense for both sides. You can click on the lovely trade machine all you want to and plug it in. Oh, yeah, it works. Or spot track. Oh, yeah, it works. That's not how trades work. Case in point as an example, look at the wildest trade we saw over the weekend with Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis. Did we even think that was going to come to light until it did on Saturday night? No. Therefore, trades take time. They don't take a click of a button on a computer or for someone to sit there and say, go do their homework. It's a relationship business. And that's how trades are built, through relationships. One more example. This is the second time that the 3 teams that just made a trade here with the Kings, Spurs, and Bulls all work together on making a trade.
Right.
Because they all work together in the offseason to circumvent, to get DeMar DeRozan to Sacramento, Harrison Barnes to San Antonio, and Quis Duarte, who unfortunately is no longer with the team, to Chicago and others.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Jesse. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Jesse? What you got for us?
Hey, fellas, thanks for having me on, man. Love the show.
Thank you.
I've been hearing a ton of doom and gloom since we lost Fox, and he's a great player. But I, for one, I'm super optimistic. The way I see it is, Fox is gone, and he was a great player, but he did turn it on and turn it off on different games. Now we got a highly motivated Zach LaVine coming in, plus draft capital. We got a good squad, Malik Monk continues to get better. Keegan Murray continues to get better. We can contend in the West. And then now we got these draft picks. Who knows what we do on the offseason before the trade deadline? We can bolster that bench up a little bit and really make some noise.
Thanks for the call, Jesse. Yeah, and look, like I said, you go get that wing. I said this yesterday. You go get that wing. You're essentially in the same position that you were in with De'Aaron Fox with no drama. That's it. I have the head to – we're going to do the tail of the tape between De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine. I have that coming up in – well, not later than the 12 o'clock hour because Zach LaVine is going to speak at 12 o'clock, and we have that for you. So it's very possible. It's very possible this thing keeps rolling. They're just not done. Let's sneak in. Ashley wants to be part of the combo. What's up, Ashley? What you got for us?
Couple things. First, as far as what you just said in regards to us being in the same situation as we would be in with Fox if we were to go out and add a wing piece, I don't know that that's 100% true. But Fox, yeah, we're going to lose some defense, sure. But Zach LaVine is a much better, efficient offensive player. He averages just about as many points as Fox, about one less point. But he does it on 3 less shots, which is pretty big if you ask me. So there is some give and take there. And if we added wing, now we're adding a little bit more scoring and hopefully some defense. So I think we'd be in a slightly better spot. Mm-hmm. But the other point I wanted to make, just for fun, you said give us your best Zach LaVine puns.
Okay.
Well, I got 2. I got a Zach LaVine one and a DeMar DeRozan one. We got Sacramento now, but we also got DeMar DeRozanville.
DeMar DeRozanville. Okay. All right. I like that. Thanks for the call, Ashley. Sacramento is definitely the easiest one. That makes sense. But, when you go to the other ones, I like Ashley taking a chance on that as well. All right. We got to get to the other side. We're way over. And CJ, you lead us off when we come back. Let's hear what you got to say. And we're continuing the calls, the texts. This is a fun show. Let's keep it rolling out in South Sacktown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-887-1010. 800-887-1010.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE. It's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
You should be watching me. You should be
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
People need someone to be mad at. I'll be that guy. It can be me. It can be Monte McNair. It can be De'Aaron Fox. It can be anybody you want. But, you know, some people want to argue just to argue. I'm here for it. You know, my mom, she was a federal agent. She retired, 10 years ago. Shout out to the Postal Inspection Service. But she always wanted to be a lawyer. And I told y'all how much I love Law and Order, whether it's Law and Order Criminal Intent, SVU, or the classic. So you want to argue. You think Carmichael Dave goes back and forth. I'll go back and forth. I dance with wolves. 916-339-1140. This is the best time of the year for me.
And they ain't ever met me.
Well, that's right. And
I can argue and factually argue with the best of them. So,
you know, I feel like it's just a weird place for everyone where we feel good about the future. How we got here maybe isn't great. But at the same time, there are worse places to be. When someone says, let's think about it like this. When someone says, and I know De'Aaron didn't, and I'm air quoting here for those driving, De'Aaron didn't request a trade, but when someone says, I have one place that I will go, you're kind of screwed. And if we do look at now, how we got there, Monty, you know, whether you want to take responsibility for how we got there or not, that's fine. But how we got there, we can have a separate conversation about. But once you're there, there are only certain things you can do to move forward. And there are worse situations. People have gotten back less for those situations where they get pigeonholed. 916-339-1140. Let's talk to CJ. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, CJ? What you got for us?
My man Stiles, how we doing this morning? How we doing?
Man, you know, I'm enjoying myself, CJ. Blood pressure's a little up, but, you know, that's just the trade deadline. How you doing?
I hear you. I'm good, man. I'm good. Honestly, man, I don't understand why we're so irritated. Listen, I know there's a lot of pieces to the pie where people got front office has something to blame. De'Aaron's got something to blame. At the end of the day, I think why I'm so irritated with the whole De'Aaron Fox situation, it just seems so much. He was just so disingenuous, you know, saying that he wanted to stay, but then you got all these meetings with Rich Paul. I mean, you've already gone through the most of it, so I don't need to go too deep into that. But honestly, I feel like we're in a better spot now than where we were just watching the team play this year.
Yeah.
When we went through that skid where De'Aaron wasn't playing, the team was cohesive. The ball was moving around a lot more. You didn't see a lot of this standing on the side, letting a lot of ISO work, really, unless we needed Debo to go do something for us.
Right.
But when De'Aaron popped back in, it almost seemed like the whole thing got lost.
No, CJ,
like he didn't know how to fit in.
It was crazy, and I know I'm not crazy, and I'm not trying to dance on graves. But CJ, this man would be sitting in the corner like Kyle Korver. De'Aaron Fox, move, man. It was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Me and my boy will go back and forth about it all the time, and it was just like we were watching, like he didn't know where he fit in, and the team didn't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got Zach LaVine in here. He seems to want to be here. Seemed excited on the Instagram post. Him and Debo are ready to go. That's a huge thing. You want to be in Sac. You want to play hard.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron was just trying to go after his numbers, and I can't blame the man. Hey, you got millions on the table. You got a family to feed. I get it. Go get your stats. But at the end of the day, what I'm going to say, I'll take it off air after this, is it reminded me a lot of like Russell Westbrook's numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You got great numbers, but is it translating to a better team and more wins? Is it doing that? So, hey, all good for him. Go to San Antonio, get your bag, do what you got to do. But I'm not discouraged about where the Kings are at all.
Thanks for the call, CJ. That might be call of the day so far. It's still early, but that might be call of the day because, and as we lead into the Zach LaVine presser that's coming up at 12, going back and forth with what CJ had to say, you can be a team that's not as good as you once were talent-wise, but the cohesiveness actually puts you in a better situation. I got the tail of the tape. That's coming up after the Zach LaVine presser. We're going to talk about comparing De'Aaron to Zach LaVine, and we're going to have some fun with that. But what you can't compare and what's not on paper is the fact that the Charlie Brown cloud of, is De'Aaron going to leave? Are we good enough for De'Aaron? It's over now. It's over. You can move forward. Does that mean they're better? I don't know. We're going to find out. But at the very least, there's no more drama. There's no more walking on eggshells. Well, De'Aaron says we need to be better. Is Kevin Huerter thinking, well, De'Aaron thinks I'm trash? Is somebody thinking I'm trash? What is the situation? Again, they might not be better based on talent, but everybody is on one accord for the first time in a very long time. And according to Monte McNair, since this summer. So you go into a situation, if you are, and that's and I will say this, if you are going to lose De'Aaron and you're a bit worried about losing DeMar DeRozan, the one way to help that situation, bring in a former teammate. Bring in a former teammate. And that can help the situation. And somebody that DeMar DeRozan thinks very highly of in Zach LaVine. That is the one thing you can do to feel better about the situation. That is huge. Real quick, because I know we're going to spend so much time on Zach LaVine. So a kind of mini presser is going on right now with just an availability with Sidy Cissoko. And he describes his skill set, Brendan Nunez, on the job, as always. That guy works so hard. And he says, Sidy Cissoko describes his skill set. I would just say, I'm an energy guy. And that's the quote. Here it continues. I like to play defense, aggressive to the paint, and be able to catch and shoot. But my first thing is defense. He goes on when he's asked about how chaotic the last few days have been. I wouldn't say chaotic because people got it way worse. People are in war and stuff like that. I just play basketball. Sign me up. Sidy Cissoko, sign me up. I love this kid. He's 20 years old. This is how he's talking. He understands that he is blessed to be in this position. He's going to work his tail off. This is what I'm talking about. He's 20, 21 years old, 6'6", 6'7". I'm saying we don't know. We don't know. All right, want to sneak this one in before we get to the Zach LaVine presser. Is this Shay? Is that pronounced right? All right, 916-339-1140. Let's get to Shay. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Shay? What you got for us?
Hello, Styles. I just want to rip off what you were saying there. I really do think this is a linear or parallel move that we made. Mm-hmm. If you think it's a drop-off of talent, I don't think it's a too far drop-off of talent. Mm-hmm. And to the people that want size, length, defense, this is the way you get it. This is the best case scenario. We have 5 second rounds, 2 first. We can make deals with that. We can do anything with that here. moving forward. But I do think this is a best case scenario with De'Aaron already wanting to leave in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the call, Shay. Yeah, and more of this is going to come out. But again, and we replayed it at 11. You can go check out Monte's presser on YouTube on the Sacktown Sports YouTube if you haven't heard it yet. But the one thing that I feel like most of us are taking from the presser is that they knew it was going to be a tall task to hold on to De'Aaron Fox. And because of that, they had to make a decision. And at that time, my question would be, and I don't know that this would have got answered, in the summer when convos were happening, did you know that you were always going to be pigeonholed to the Spurs? Or did you maybe think we have more time because plenty of teams are going to be interested in De'Aaron Fox? Then that all changed when it was, well, this is where I want to go. That's what that it probably wouldn't have got answered, but I am curious about that.
I mean, here's my whole take on the situation. Yes, the Kings moved on. They made the trade. Would you want to had the situation going similar to that? Or would you want to be Miami and deal with a Jimmy Butler type situation, right, and they can't figure it out?
Right.
And they haven't made a move. The Kings did their due diligence, stepped forward, took the request. We got Zach LaVine. We're about to hear him in about 5 to 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Let's go. That's what it is right now. All right. Ramsey's going to get that all set up. Zach LaVine is going to speak. Monte McNair is going to speak again. So the vibes are starting to change. The tides are starting to turn. We are going to get to that on the other side. It might be going as soon as we get back. We might have to have a couple. We can maybe sneak in a call or not. Depends on what that timeline is. So 916-339-1140. When we return, we will hear from Zach LaVine, your newest Sacramento King. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online. I read that Black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeWise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your flagship station for the Bean Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yeah. Because I got what it takes to light the beam, right? Yeah. 12 o'clock hour. We are patiently or impatiently waiting for Zach LaVine to take the podium, and we will throw to Zach LaVine when that happens. We'll also hear from Monte McNair again. I don't know if Monte McNair will take questions again. It might be just for Zach, but I'm sure Monte will be there accompanying him as we get ready for his debut tonight. We get ready for De'Aaron Fox's debut tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, and y'all can be honest, right? I think it's, look, the first game, the Spurs, and on top of that, they play at 4. So the Kings, you got 3. You could literally watch the whole game. We're all watching the Spurs tonight, right? At 4 o'clock. Is anybody just, it's too soon? I can't do it. I can't watch because I'm watching. The question really becomes, are you watching hoping De'Aaron balls out, or are you hoping that he stands in the corner again like he was doing at the end of the Kings tenure?
Personally, I couldn't care less. Are
you serious?
Yes, I'm focused on Zach LaVine and the Sacramento Kings.
It's at 4 o'clock. He goes out, drops a 50 burger. You're not moved.
Good for De'Aaron Fox. Congratulations, sir. I'm here in Sacramento. I'm concerned with the man that we're waiting to come up to the podium any second now.
Okay. Vincent Ramirez says, nope, I will look at highlights. I hope he scores 0 points. I feel that. I hope LaVine gets 60. I definitely feel that. Soul Collector says, why would I watch a Spurs game? N, it's just, the name is just N on Sack Chat. I ain't watching. He's gone. The game's at 4. Just saying. I mean, I'm not saying you got to be sitting down, right? But just hopping in. 530 says, I really have no interest in how Fox does. 209 says, I'm rooting for Fox to fail. Y'all are cold. Then I get the one random texter from the 916 or wherever they're from, and I get all the blame on being a hater. Look, that's not me. I said I'd watch. I didn't say whether I want De'Aaron to ball out or not, but I am interested in whether or not he'll do something.
Do you want to watch Kevin Huerter make his Bulls debut?
Oh, my goodness. Now, you know what's funny? It might actually upset if De'Aaron drops 50, whatever. If Kevin refines his stroke in Chicago, that might actually make me more upset.
Number 13 now.
Maybe he needed a new number.
Couldn't wear 9, obviously, because Vucevic has it. And Josh Giddey has his high school number of 3, so he went with 13.
Wow. Maybe he just needed a new number. What's it looking like, Ramsey? We're still waiting.
We're on that Cat Williams status.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
That's right. We're still waiting. Hey, 916-339-1140. Maybe we can sneak in some calls. You might get cut off, but maybe we can sneak in some calls as we wait for Zach LaVine to take the podium. So we have, what was it? DeMar DeRozanville? Was that what it is?
Yeah, no. Sorry. Not doing that.
DeMar DeRozanville. You have Zach LaVine. You have Sacramento. Any other ones from the 530? More interested in Huerter than Fox. Would be happy for him if he does well. I think 530 is hitting on something there because, look, Herter had a rough go here. And you had what happened after the Beam Team season. Expectations went through the roof, career highs for Kevin Herter, and he just was unable to find it again. Last season was tough for him, couldn't get his stroke right. Sorry, we just got some information. I'll share it with you in a second here. Couldn't get things right, ends up getting injured. So I feel like Kevin Herter, and he was a scapegoat along with Harrison Barnes, but he's younger than Harrison Barnes, and he gave people a lot of great memories, huge part of that Beam Team season. So I do think a lot of people, as much as you wanted Agent 9 off your team, I could see a lot of people being excited or happy for Kevin Herter if he does do well. And if he stays on the Bulls, I mean, there's no expectations, right? So he should be able to play with a little bit less pressure on him. So Ramsey, you said that Shams just came out and said about the Kevin Durant Warriors thing. He does not want to go to the Warriors.
According to what they're saying right now on NBA TV, it says Shams says Kevin Durant has no desire in reunion with the Warriors.
I'm surprised it took this long for that to come out because that doesn't mean they won't still trade for him. But yeah, that was all the talk yesterday. So that Shams hasn't even tweeted that yet. So Ramsey's getting it live and great job, Ramsey. Okay, so he does not want to go to the Warriors. Now what are the Warriors are looking for everybody. And we have a whole segment coming up on the trade deadline in general and who could do what. But all right, that's interesting.
The Warriors wanted the man we're waiting on to come to the podium.
Yes, they did. So I think that the Warriors were hoping to keep everyone. I don't think the Warriors would have moved Wiggins for LaVine. I think they wanted to.
They wanted to pair Wiggins with LaVine
maybe,
and wanted to bring them back together as they were early in their Minnesota days.
Right. Maybe it was a Kuminga conversation because the Bulls then get a young talent in Kuminga who's about to sign with them. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. We are, as we see the numbers getting larger on YouTube and obviously everybody listening in the cars, I will let you know when Zach LaVine has taken the podium. He has not done that quite yet. And, just around the league, the Luka thing, and we talked about Dennis on the text line said, I will never be a Laker fan, as we were having some fun with the Western Conference and how yesterday I found myself rooting for the Lakers because I just don't think the Kings or really anybody in the 7 seed and lower are going to catch the Lakers in the 5 seed. So you might as well beat down on the Clippers, and that's exactly what they did. So now the Clippers have 22 losses, and the 7 seed and below, the Timberwolves have 23 losses, and then the Kings, Suns, Warriors all have 24. So now you're 2.5 games back of the Clippers, who, I mean, they just got owned yesterday. The Clippers just got absolutely owned yesterday, and they'll probably return to form. I really am, personally just hoping for that 7 seed. I mean, even the 7 seed, you're a game and a half back of the Timberwolves, but I don't really trust the Timberwolves. Julius Randle's been injured. So the Kings, you start stacking up some of these wins. The Magic have been struggling. We have that preview in the 1 o'clock hour, but you get the 7 seed, and would I love to see Anthony Edwards? No, but at least you're familiar with Anthony Edwards. You're familiar with the Timberwolves. Feels like they've played them a ton of times. Feels like the Timberwolves are this season's Warriors from last season.
I mean, here's the thing you can say about the Timberwolves. The 4 matchups that they've had, every game was won by the road team. Mm-hmm. So there hasn't been any home court advantage.
Well, I don't like that, Ramsey. Don't like that very much.
I get that. I'm just stating what happened in the series between the two teams.
So you have, if it were to end today, lucky enough, if it were to end today, the Kings would go to Minnesota and they would either win and take on the Grizzlies, or they would take on the winner of Suns Warriors in Sacramento.
I mean, bring it on. I don't care who it is.
I feel like we can't do this dance until we know who's on what team, until after tomorrow.
You can't do this dance honestly till April 13th at about 3:00 because the way the Western Conference is, you don't know where anybody's going to be seated until then.
Yeah. From the 916, I am definitely watching the Spurs games and rooting against Fox. Hate watching. That's some crazy hate watching. We did everything for that guy, and he still didn't want to resign. See, so 916, did you do everything? I think they were moving in the right direction, but I wouldn't say that they did. I wouldn't say that they did everything. I don't know about that, right? But I don't police fandom. Fan how you want to fan. The 530 says, I loved Kevin Huerter and hope he does well. Also, De'Aaron is probably making his best move for his career and his family. No ill feelings and wish him the best. I'm excited to see Zach and CD to gel with the Beam team. Mary Francis from Lotus. Shout out to Mary Francis. Yeah, that's the take to have. Of course it is. I'm just looking here at when you decide to kind of really invest in De'Aaron. I think, and I've talked so much about post Beam team, which was 2023, but the reality is 2019, 2020, that's when De'Aaron took the leap to becoming a 20-plus point scorer. So 2019, 2020, De'Aaron is at 21 points a game. 2021, he's at 25 points a game. And then 2022, he's at 23 points per game. So that stretch right there, it's almost as if you could say that and that 2022, that's when they got Sabonis. So it's basically, okay, we can find a bunch of random dudes that averaged 20 points a game for a season. So, okay, he averaged 20. Let's see what he does next season. Oh, wow, he averaged 25. Then they get Domantas Sabonis. Then Beam team happens. So I really think if you were to look at what the issues were, it was more so post-Beam team to me. It was more so post-Beam team to me. The 415, Ramsey, we got to update. Anybody at the podium? Nobody at the podium. And I heard Carmichael Dave have to do this in the morning show as well. We're probably going to take a break and hopefully lead you back with it. 415 says, honestly, where would you rank Fox among active point guards? And do you think he could lead a team to a championship? Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this on social media last night, and I'm actually just going to pull up what I had. So how I am wording this is, of course, I think that De'Aaron wants to be a number 2. So the best way I can word this for you, 530, is that, and I said, since some people think I'm being a hater, here's a list of top guards on championship contenders I think De'Aaron could swap in with and still win. Now, some of these are not number 1s. I think De'Aaron could swap in with Jamal Murray and win a championship. I think De'Aaron could swap in with Ja Morant and still win a championship. I think De'Aaron could swap in with maybe Donovan Mitchell. I think that's very close. But I think De'Aaron could swap in with Donovan Mitchell and still win a championship. And I think De'Aaron could swap in with Dame Lillard and still win a championship. Those are the 4 guys kind of off the top of my head. And I go on to say that the front office had to be perfect, and they weren't. Because all those teams, I think, are built in a way that De'Aaron can help take you to the promised land. He would not be a number 1 in Denver. I think he'd be a number 1 in Memphis, but maybe that's Jaren Jackson Jr. He would be a number 1 on the Cavs, but it's a ton of help there, and he would not be a number 1 on the Bucks. But I think that they could win the whole thing. So that's how I look at this. But if you're talking about pure number 1 and that quote-unquote elite guy, then no. But there are not a lot of those dudes walking around, right? So De'Aaron wants to kind of recreate what they have in Milwaukee and what they have in Denver, and I think they can win a championship. He's not a number 1, but I think he can win a championship. So, Ramsey, we're rocking and rolling. Okay, Ramsey is cooking all that up for you. We're just going to power through this break here. We do whatever it takes for you. All right? We're supposed to be paying bills. But you know what? Zach LaVine is about to speak. So Ramsey is firing that up for us. The 916 says Sacramento.
the business works, and that's all fine. But I think fans should understand I play extremely hard. Obviously I can put the ball up and I put the ball in the basket, but the more I've gone into my career of trying to be more of a leader, experienced guys, and even with some older dudes on the team like Jay and DeMar, just help leading as well, just through expectations and experiences as well. So, I'm really excited, and to go out here and show everybody what I do, and continue to keep growing my game and hopefully grow the teams.
Hey Zach, Sean Cunningham, Fox 40. I'm curious for you when you it seems like this maybe from us, we've expected to trade with you for such a long time, not even necessarily to Sacramento, but just in general. How much has that kind of weighed on your shoulders a little bit? How have you kind of processed that and kind of readied yourself for this moment to take a next step?
Yeah, I think it comes with the territory, especially guys in my position where, you might be in trade rumors, or you might, you're the face of a franchise, for a decent amount of time, and you're going to go through trials and tribulations. And I feel like I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, highs, lows. And I think that just made me a better person, character-wise, experience, and understanding, basketball as a whole. I dealt with it fine. And, I was more than enough. I was excited for the opportunity. Not a lot of people get opportunities like this to go here and start somewhere fresh where you're wanted, and liked. So, I'm excited for that challenge and opportunity.
Hey, Zach, Brendan Nunes, Sacktown Sports. You and Doug both being Washington guys,
Yeah.
just how far back does your history go, and how do you feel about getting a chance to play for him here?
Doug is great. I remember growing up watching Doug. He's one of the first guys to make it out of Seattle. He's like a pioneer from that area, and growing up West Coast, watching him with Sacramento, obviously battling against the Lakers and stuff in the conference finals. The tenacious and the mentality that he brings. I know where he's from and what he's about. So we've had numerous conversations. And then even, when I was even playing here, when he was doing TV, radio, or assistant coach, I always come up, say what's up, give him a hug. So it's really cool having him be in that lead seat to help him out as well.
Hey, Zach, Deuce Mason, NBC Sports California. Last year, overcoming the adversity, you have the surgery, you're away from the game. How much did you benefit from just kind of reflecting and that time off? Like, what did you learn about yourself during that stretch?
I mean, whenever you miss a period of time from something you love, it's taken away from you. You have to appreciate it more. I think when I got hurt, obviously dealing with that in Chicago, and we were going through those ups and downs, obviously there's trade rumors. You just take a step back and then you start reflecting on, like, what can I do better? How can I come back and improve not just myself, but the team overall? And, I think that's pretty much what it was. And then just getting back to joy of loving and playing again, because, I played 25 games with a broken foot. It sucks, but you can't do anything about it. Injuries is part of sports. So, when you get that time back, how are you doing? How are you doing? Manage it.
Zach, how excited are you to light the beam?
Yeah, everybody's talking about lighting the beam, man. So hopefully we get this thing done sooner than later. Hopefully try to light the thing up tonight.
Zach, Mark Haynes, Sacramento Observer.
Yeah, I got you.
Coming into this situation, the Kings are a team that wants to be a win now team, and they're kind of even. It's like a fresh start for them right now with you being on the team.
Yeah.
Do you feel any pressure to come in and make an immediate impact in a positive way?
I don't think it's pressure, but I think that's what is expected of you. Somebody in my position, you come here and you try to, improve the team. That's what I think what these guys brought me here for. And for me personally, I've been to one playoff series. I've spent 8 years in Chicago. I've won a lot of individual accolades, but as a team setting, I'm looking forward to going out here and trying to help these guys and them helping me as well get to that next step. So I'm more than excited for the challenge. I don't think it's more pressure.
Zach, Brandon Benitez, CBS Sacramento. Welcome to Sac. We saw you at shoot around today. Just early impressions on the roster that this team has and perhaps the ceiling that you guys can reach together. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a fun group. I mean, how long ago did we play you guys? Like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, just 2 weeks ago. Fun group of guys, can really shoot the ball up and down. You don't want to. When I was in Chicago, we were so worried about them taking the ball out and shooting within the first 4 or 5 seconds. So. With me coming in, I think that just adds to the offense, and obviously with the experience as well. I'm excited. You never know what the ceiling can be. We don't have to work through some stuff just like any team will have to, but we're trying to get it down as fast as possible. But my first initial reactions with a great group of guys. Doug seems like the spirits are super high, and that's something that even coming from Chicago, it seemed like a really fun and ready group. So it made me really excited.
Hey, Zach, Tyler Texair here with iHeartRadio. How excited are you to play next to such a great all-around player like Domantas Sabonis? And are you in favor for bringing back the Young Hollywood nickname from your college days since you're back in California?
I haven't heard that name since I was like 18, man. Young Hollywood, wow. That's UCLA. Domantas has been incredible since I've been in the NBA. Probably one of the best floor connectors you could have, and low-key probably the strongest guy in the NBA that we never like to box out. So I'm glad he's on our team. And I'm really excited with different cuts and plays that you can run with him. We'll get our chemistry down soon. On the nickname, I don't know, man. I'll let you guys figure that out.
Zach, you just mentioned it too about playing, Lightning Beam, which we hope you do that, here soon. But what's your message to the fans here? Because you know how energetic and loud it gets here, and just the whole town is just so passionate about this franchise. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a passionate player about basketball. I put a lot of hard work into my game, and I don't take this for granted. So every time I step on the floor, I'm not taking for granted the time that they come to watch the game, spending their hard-earned money to come here and watch and cheer on the team. So, I'm gonna be right there with them and do everything I can for the city.
Zach, kind of building off that over your career, you've had a lot of success in this building. On the opposite side, now calling this building home, one, how excited are you to play and call this building home? And two, what is it about this gym that so many shooters seem to just enjoy? I mean, I've always just loved playing, close to back home. I have friends and family that are close by, so they always came to the game. And, now calling it home, it's going to be really fun for me to have, games like that every day where I get to see my wife, my kids, mom, dad, friends. And I don't know, man, it's a shooter's gym. So, hopefully it stays like that for me. I've always liked shooting here.
Zach, you mentioned, so they talked a little bit about the lack of postseason experience that you have. How much does that kind of, I don't know, eat at you individually? I mean, people can say what they say, but just you as a hooper, just how much does that kind of bother you or just nag at you?
I mean, everybody has to play the cards that they're dealt. The situation that you were in, the team that you play for. I always put my best foot forward and try to do everything I can to help the team win. Now, are you always going to be able to? No. But, for me in my 11th year now, being in a playoff series, you want to try to compete and challenge yourself to get there. I think that's the more the reason of it's competitiveness. I think that's more than just, wanting to, you want to go out there and compete for championship. You want to go out there and compete and be in big time games and be in position to do that. And I think that's just the competitiveness that each player has.
Hey, Zach, Chris Peterman with the Sacramento Bee. Just being in your spot, being linked to so many different teams and different rumors. I'm just wondering, what was that like for you the last few weeks mentally, knowing that so many things are up in the air and there are so many different possibilities?
I think earlier in my career, I got traded early on in my career, and it hit me to that side of the game. But, now you just control what you can and let the chips fall where they may be. I was taking my son on a walk when I got the call from Rich. And I was extremely excited. Obviously, like I said, I appreciate everything in my time in Chicago. But, now that I'm here, it's time to take, my career to the next step and continue that along. So I love talking around with V, with Doug, Monte. And like I said, it's always great to be a place where you're wanted. And not everybody has the opportunity to have that. So, I'm very thankful. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, guys.
That was Zach LaVine. Great stuff there. I was taking some notes, trying to get down everything that he said. Just a very laid back guy. I know he's from the Washington area, but he went to UCLA. Very SoCal vibes there. And we are excited for Zach LaVine and everything that he is going to bring to the team. And we're going to open up the phone lines. Initial thoughts, 916-339-1140. How you feeling about Zach LaVine? De'Aaron Fox is out. Zach LaVine is in, and the expectations for Zach LaVine. He talked about, what he can do better. That's when he was dealing with his injury. He thought a lot about what can I do better, getting back to the joy of playing the game. When he was asked, and again, great job from the media once again, when he was asked how does he handle the pressure and what's expected of him coming to Sacramento, basically said, I don't think it's pressure, but it's what's expected of you, and I'm excited for the challenge. It's funny because there were some similarities between what Zach LaVine said and what DeMar DeRozan said. They were both on the same team, and they didn't have a lot of success together. When we play that DeMar DeRozan sound from earlier in the show, I didn't realize they both made the All-Star team the same season. So the injuries really took away, I think, in DeMar DeRozan and maybe even Zach LaVine's opinion as well, what they could have been in Chicago. And I would say a lot of people are saying the jokes about the comparisons, but I would say it's a harder conference, right, being in the Western Conference, but I would say this is a better version of that Bulls team. And, he talked about how fun it looked like the Kings were having when they played them in Chicago. And he mentioned the Kings, a great group of guys, all the classic stuff. Everything looked fun when they were playing. And, I think that this could work out, right? And I'll keep saying this, at the very, very least, they are going to be a fun group. It is going to be exciting. Could it just be one of those things where it's, all right, well, we're fighting for that. Maybe we get really hot, we get to the 4 seed, but we're fighting for the 5-6, and every game is a lot of fun, and every game is going to have a highlight reel, like I was mentioning. Hot sauce, oh, baby. Remember the professor? I think he's still doing it as well. Every game is going to be highlights and things like that. Will it translate to winning at a high level? No clue. I think the work still isn't done. I think you go out, get another piece, and anything is possible. But, it will be a ride. Thomas Gage, we got a double agent here in the Sack chat. He says, Bulls fan here. Zach is a good guy, great shooter, decent role player for a playoff contender, but he's not a number one. Have fun in the play, and us Bulls fans know that all too well. Well, thanks, Thomas. And, I would say the Western Conference is tougher than the Eastern Conference, but I like this Kings team better than the Bulls team. Right. And I don't think you really had a clear-cut number one in De'Aaron Fox, but we're not going to get into all that. So, you move on. You still need to make another move, whether Zach is a number one or not. So, Ramsey, we're going to get to a break here. Let's get to a break here. Coming back on the other side, we continue the conversation, and we'll finally do it. It's time for our tale of the tape. Out with the old, in with the new. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Is your garage door stuck in the winter blues? Well, February is the perfect time to give it some love. Jason Ross here to tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. And they're here to keep your garage door running smoothly. This February, they're spreading the love with their Sweetheart Special, $150 off a garage door with the purchase of a garage door opener. Now, the experts at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento provide fast, reliable service that's always on time and always done right. From squeaky hinges to full door replacements, they've got you covered. So don't let your garage door be the heartbreaker this season. Visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com for your free estimate. You can get in touch with them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, opening doors to your home and your hearts this February and all throughout the year. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Tonight, Kings and Magic. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and we're looking at some sunshine as we go through the afternoon, mixed with a few clouds. Temperatures warming into the mid to upper 50s, then increasing clouds tonight, leading to the chance for rain by tomorrow morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Go
Coach Christie here with the winning play for you. Shop Folsom Lake Kia right now for low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Go see my friends and upgrade your ride today or shop FolsomLakeKia.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Celebrate Lunar New Year every week in February during the $800,000 Lucky Red Envelope drawing at Sky River Casino. Earn entries daily just by playing your favorite slots and table games with your rewards card. Plus, swipe at our promotional kiosk for a free daily entry. On select Sundays and Fridays, earn 100 bonus entries when you hit 100 tier credits. Join us every Saturday night in February, where every red envelope could be your ticket to $25,000 cash. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
Discover unbeatable value at Folsom Buick GMC this President's Day. Drive with assurance and our 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty. Enjoy $10,000 off all 2024 Hummer EVs, plus 0% APR for 60 months for qualified buyers. Lease the 2025 Hummer EV for just $818 per month. These offers end March 3rd, 2025. Visit Folsom Buick GMC today, your EV headquarters for power, performance, and savings. Select units and check dealer for details.
Live
and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Well, Zach LaVine is a Sacramento King, and a lot of people would say that that comes with a level of, I don't want to say grief, but I'm trying to do my Carmichael Dave here. That comes with a level of, oh man, things are tough on you, right? To add to that, he reveals that he is also a Raider fan. Great song choice right there by Ramsey. So he is ready to go.
Let's go.
We haven't even talked about the Raiders. They get Chip Kelly. They are putting together an all-star cast. The Raiders are turning it around. The Kings are going to turn it around. It all starts tonight against the Orlando Magic, who have been struggling, and we are ready to go and excited for Sacramento. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Sacramento out of UCLA. 6'5" shooting guard, Zach LaVine, B. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Ken, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, Ken? What you got for us?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, hey, that was a refreshing press conference from a guy that wants to be here, and that's the difference right there. People complaining we didn't do enough, and we can never do enough. So, Fox was like a virus to the team. It was starting to show he didn't want to be here no more. It showed it would get better for a little bit, but just like an infectious pus-filled pimple, it reared his head again, and he was just. It just seemed like if you don't want to be here, you got to get rid of him, or your team's going to suffer. And I'll take your answer on the other side, but it was refreshing to hear a guy that wants to be here talk like a leader. May not be a number one, but if you have 4 number 2s, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. And what's a number one, Ken? If it's a disgruntled number one, that's where we're at with this. Thanks for the call, Ken. That is the theme, or it's been the theme of the show, besides the beginning of the show, where I may or may not have gone too far on the Kings front office. But as we've moved forward to where the Kings front office have done the best they could in certain situations, you had to move on. And the whole idea of, well, this leaked and they leaked, I don't know. And frankly, I don't really care anymore. It's time to move forward. Let bygones be bygones. You got less than literally 24 hours to go get one more piece in a wide open West. That's why I say I think OKC finds it disrespectful again. Last season, everybody said, well, if you get OKC, we think you got a chance at this. This season, you got the Warriors and the Lakers and everybody shuffling to make a move because it feels like the West is wide open. OKC's thinking, why y'all feel like the West is wide open? We have possibly the best player in the West in SGA. You can go back and forth with Jokic and Luka. We have possibly the best player, and we're killing it. And y'all think it's still wide open, but doesn't really matter. Again, we always talked about building for something. Zach LaVine, and we're going to get to the tail of the tape on the other side here. We got to get back on track because of the press conference. But I have, when we get to that tail of the tape, and you look at Zach LaVine, okay, Zach LaVine, he's a March baby just like myself, but he will be 30 in March. De'Aaron will be 28 in December. So you got Zach LaVine, he will be 30 in a couple months. You got Malik, who I believe is still 26, about to turn 27.
Malik's birthday was yesterday.
That's right. So he fresh 27.
27. And the only reason why I know that, happy birthday to my dad as well, because his birthday was yesterday.
Great birthday to have. Domantas Sabonis in his prime before 30, and you have DeMar DeRozan, who's still playing at a high level, even though he's on the other side of his prime. So it's go time now. So I would say this. The past is the past. Okay? We can't cry over spilled milk. I cried for the last hour or the first hour. Go out there and make a move. If you don't make a move to the front office, then you're in the same spot. And you're again telling us that now at this point, do you really even care about the playoffs, or are you confident with the play-in and take your chances? Go out there, and I'm reading this during the break from Mike A. Scotto. Guess who the Bulls are looking to trade? And we wish him the best. Kevin Huerter, Zach Collins, and Trey Jones. So don't make this all for naught. It's okay that things didn't work out perfectly. That's how life is. But go out there and make sure that you don't compound on some of the mistakes. It's not about wearing something. It's not about coming off smug or not coming off smug. Who cares about all that? Go out there, take care of business, add another piece, and see what could happen. Because you got a motivated Zach LaVine playing some of the best basketball of his career. You got a motivated Malik Monk. You got Domantas Sabonis, always motivated. He's got his head coach of the future. And 530 is saying Sabonis is the number one. When will Kings realize that, Kings fans? Look, from an offensive perspective, he's not. Okay, but is he the leader and the number one on the team? Sure. It's semantics. From an offensive perspective, he is not. You got DeMar DeRozan. These guys want to play meaningful basketball, so help them do it. They're going to do their jobs. And De'Aaron Fox, to a degree, did his job. We saw the difference between the starters and the bench. All right, I got some crazy numbers coming up here in the 1 o'clock hour about the bench and how bad the bench has been when it comes to scoring the basketball. Fix it. It's not too late to fix it. You got 24 hours to fix this. And then you can go into dance and you never know what could happen. You never know what could happen. 916-339-1140. The tail of the tape when we return. Now on South Sacktown Sports.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Getting ready for the debut for Zach LaVine, or as we're calling him, Zach LaVine. We still need some more comparisons on or some more phrases to use for Zach LaVine. So he had the shades on in the press conference, looking cooler than the other side of the pillow, ready to make his debut. He's been playing really well this season, been a sniper from 3. That's what the Kings need. And it is now time for the tail of the tape. Phone line still open, 916-339-1140. And the tail of the tape right here, he talked about his old nickname, Young Hollywood, from when he was at UCLA. Flight 8, also another nickname. So here is how it all breaks down. I talked about the age, and this is comparing to De'Aaron Fox. I talked about the age difference between the two. Zach LaVine will be 30 in March. Remember that for celebrity birthdays on the morning show. And De'Aaron Fox will be 28 in December. So Zach LaVine is a little older. I don't think anything crazy. When you see a 30 and a 28-year-old, I mean, 30 is that number, right? But, besides that, not that big of a difference right now. 27 and 29. Oh, what's that? It doesn't make a difference, especially if you're Bill Belichick. Okay, so as we continue and get to the tail of the tape, you have one, Zach LaVine, and I pulled up their career head-to-head, and then we'll talk about specifically this season, okay? So as far as the head-to-head is concerned, De'Aaron has weirdly owned him in the regular season, 9-1 against Zach LaVine. So De'Aaron 9-1, Zach LaVine 1-9 against De'Aaron Fox. Do with that what you want. Zach LaVine, again, a couple years older. He's played more games. He's played 622 games to De'Aaron Fox's 514. De'Aaron Fox sitting at 21.5 points per game. Zach LaVine sitting at 20.7 points per game. Total rebounds, Zach LaVine has him there, 4.1 rebounds per game to De'Aaron Fox's 3.9 rebounds per game. De'Aaron assists, 6.1. Obviously, De'Aaron being that true point guard and Zach LaVine being more of a shooting guard, wing type. He is sitting at 4 assists per game. Steals, De'Aaron, we know that's what he did, 1.4 a game. Zach LaVine at 0.9. Blocks per game, De'Aaron barely 0.4 to 0.3. Field goal percentage, De'Aaron 47 to Zach LaVine's 46. You have 3-point percentage where Zach just is, he makes up some ground there with De'Aaron at 33% and Zach LaVine at 38% from 3. Free throw percentage, De'Aaron at 74% and Zach LaVine at 83%. So when you go to the awards, you have Zach LaVine with more All-Stars, but he has 2 to De'Aaron's 1. But De'Aaron has an All-NBA, and Zach LaVine does not. So all in all, pretty darn close, man. Pretty darn close. I mean, they're different positions, right? So, yeah, De'Aaron, De'Aaron has him 1 more point a game, 2 more assists per game, but he's a point guard, and now you're adding to Malik Monk's usage there. So I don't really think you're going to miss that too much. The defense is really what you're going to miss from De'Aaron, but we found out how often were we talking more so about Keon Ellis's defense than De'Aaron Fox. So I got to see what it looks like first before I say, oh man, yeah, we're really missing De'Aaron's defense. I got to see it first. So I think this is a pretty good trade. Yeah, the injury issue and the injury history is obviously the biggest flag. But if Zach LaVine is kind of moved on from that, obviously he doesn't control it. But if we can move on from that, it's pretty spot on, pretty even with no drama, no looming, I want to leave, I want to go to Area 51. So let's do this based on this season specifically, the tail of the tape. 45 games for De'Aaron, 42 games for Zach LaVine. De'Aaron averaging 25 points even. You have Zach LaVine averaging 24 points even. De'Aaron total rebounds this season, he's at 5 to Zach LaVine's 4.8. De'Aaron at 6.1 assists, Zach LaVine at 4.5. The field goal percentage, De'Aaron at 46%, 46.9. You have Zach LaVine at 51.1%. De'Aaron Fox, 32.2% from 3. You have Zach LaVine at 44.6% from 3. De'Aaron actually has Zach LaVine in free throws for the season. De'Aaron having a really good year from the line, by the way. 82.9. And Zach LaVine is sitting at 79.7. Zach LaVine is a better career free throw shooter than De'Aaron, but having a better year, De'Aaron is from the line. And there you have it, man. I mean, That's about as close as you can get as far as a return. If the injury history wasn't a thing, I think we would be looking at this completely differently. But this is about as close as you can get. Yeah, and you got some picks that are a little bit low value, and you are paying more for Zach LaVine, yes, but you would have been paying more for De'Aaron Fox after this season anyway. So the one thing that I look at is De'Aaron, higher volume, and De'Aaron, higher points and assists, things like that. But Zach LaVine's efficiency is blowing De'Aaron's out the water. So quantity over quality or quality over quantity. That's where we're at. So as far as the tail of the tape is concerned, this is pretty good, man. This is pretty even. It's just that those stupid injuries and why we're looking at this a certain way. But if you go out and make another move on top of getting somebody like Zach LaVine, you can walk away and people can say, okay, Sacramento. Now, will they look at Sacramento similarly to how they look at the Rockets, in that do they have a true number one as far as a last bucket taker? What's weird about Sacramento is they are quite unique. You had the 530 saying Sabonis is a number one. When will Kings fan realize that? And I said, we're talking about offensively. But you have Sabonis, who's number one from a production standpoint, right? You have Malik, who's maybe number one from a usage standpoint. We'll see where Zach LaVine fits in. And then you have a closer in DeMar DeRozan. So they're doing things in a bit of a different way. This isn't, and I don't know what the Lakers are going to look like with Luka, but Luka on the Mavs, Shea with the Thunder. It's nothing like that, but you're checking all of your boxes. You're just checking them in a different way.
I think you actually still have two closers, because it comes down to it. I'll put the ball in Zach LaVine's hand and let him take the last shot.
I'll still put the ball in Malik's hand.
Exactly. I have no hesitation with, like you said, with either one of them. So the Kings have multiple closers coming down the stretch, even with moving on from De'Aaron Fox and bringing in Zach LaVine. Clutch time, I'll put the ball in Zach LaVine's hand, let him pull up from 25 feet, let him hit, because as you just illustrated, Zach LaVine is a better three-point shooter than De'Aaron Fox, and it's been proven throughout his career. Zach LaVine can still get to the rack just like De'Aaron can. He's taller than De'Aaron. He just may not have what be considered the ball handling skills or potential quick as De'Aaron,
right. And nobody is.
No, and nobody is. But I'm like we're all saying, the new era is here. We just listened to it and saw it about half hour to 45 minutes ago. Zach LaVine's touchdown. Let's go.
Flight 8 has landed in Sacramento. On the other side, we continue the conversation on Zach LaVine, on Malik Monk, the new look Kings, and we head into our Magic preview. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL?
Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal and every detail matters. Check out the new Napoleon Prestige and Rogue models and see the difference a Napoleon makes. Napoleon grill set features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel, boasting absolute quality. Napoleon knows that the smallest details add up to make a big difference when curating your perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
It's what you wait for all week. The 3-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
1 o'clock hour, 3 hours down, 1 to go. Doesn't even feel like 3 hours. So more media availability coming out. And look, y'all know, and I know not everybody can listen for 4 hours. We appreciate it if you listen for 4 hours, 4 minutes, 4 seconds. Really, any time you spend letting me serenade you, I truly appreciate. But y'all know how I process things. I can react, okay? So it's almost like a movie. We were coming off the Monte McNair situation. I had some conversations going into it. I was hot. Now we are feeling the vibes and understanding the fact that we need to move forward. Somebody on the text line said, is it going to be weird? Would it be weird to talk about De'Aaron after tonight? Definitely not. That's from the 707. After tonight, is it still weird to talk about Fox? Definitely not. There will always be a connection to De'Aaron Fox. But we are moving forward. The front office still has time to make moves. We are very excited about what the Kings are going to do tonight. And if they don't make a move, we will react accordingly. But as of right now, we are filled with a level of hope. Monte McNair said this is the first time we have multiple first-round picks to work with. So we'll see what that value is in about a day here. But tonight, we are going to live in the moment, and I think that everyone is really excited to move forward, get somebody in the building that wants to be here There's no more issues looming. This extension thing with Fox had been going on for a while, and we can move forward. So here is some more from the media availability. This is DeMar DeRozan saying he really wants to get this win tonight. Here's the quote. Really want to get this win tonight. I want to see him, talking about Zach LaVine, sit up there and light the beam and get the reaction that he deserves for coming here. Close quote. De'Aaron also says, here's the quote, I feel like he's very underappreciated. The talent that he has, it's unmatched. Like I've said before, he's one of the most talented players that I've ever played with. Everything he's able to do is incredible, and I think people are going to get a chance to see it. DeMar DeRozan on LaVine's skill set and how his three-point shooting can help the Kings. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. That's where we're at right now. Okay? And when the facts change, opinions change. But as of right now, you have someone a couple years older than De'Aaron Fox giving you the same production, who's giving an opportunity to see Keegan Murray grow. Y'all saw him handling the ball? To see Keegan Murray grow. To see Malik Monk possibly take another leap. There is no reason to at least have hope. Does that mean that it's going to happen the way we want it to happen? No. Do I think this is a championship team right now, especially with no wing? No, not really. But they weren't that with De'Aaron Fox. And honestly, they weren't that with De'Aaron Fox, whether you add Cam Johnson or John Collins. But you got to start somewhere. And you get the stench out of the room. You move forward. The sun is shining in Sacramento today. Yesterday it was raining. How apropos for the situation that we're all a part of. And now we will see what happens next. Now we will see what happens next with DeMar DeRozan being paired back up with Zach LaVine and adding in Malik Monk, a motivated Malik Monk who's got so much freedom to freestyle and do whatever it is that he wants to do, and you have a sniper waiting to shoot. From the 916, we lost absolutely nothing with this trade. We gained a very, in all caps, strong player and someone who is happy to be here. And there definitely is significant added value from that standpoint of positive impact in the locker room. Let's go. Bye-bye, Foxy. It's been fun. Onward and upward. Go Kings. Beamtown. There it is. It's time. And you can say all that and have that's fandom. You're from Sacramento. If you're not from Sacramento, you have connection to Sacramento. Either way, you're a Sacramento Kings fan. De'Aaron Fox is no longer a King. Y'all that are looking on the YouTube right here, we're working on getting these jerseys down from De'Aaron Fox. Not because we don't appreciate what De'Aaron Fox did, but this is how it goes. Them's the breaks. We got to move forward, man. That's it.
You got to move forward, do better. Yes, like you said, the Fox jerseys got to come down because he's unfortunately no longer a member of the Sacramento
moving
Kings.
forward.
He moved forward.
He moved forward. He moved forward. In there, ear to ear.
He moved forward. He changed his number. I mean, what I am hoping to look forward to with moving forward with the Kings, I hope this opens up the floor for Keegan Murray again. Because if he's back to what he was doing as a rookie year as the fifth option, that could be scary.
That's right.
Especially if he's hitting shots. That can be scary.
And he looks like he's shooting with more confidence. That's what it looks like to me. It just from and it's not all connected to De'Aaron Fox, but just the last month or so in general. And Keegan is really close with De'Aaron. Did he know something? Did he know it's time for me to lock in a different way?
As Keegan Murray said on these airwaves Monday night, De'Aaron Fox while he's been in Sacramento, he said that has been his best friend since he's been in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So taking the human side, yeah, it stings. But taking the basketball side, it's about hopefully everything opens up for him. And I wouldn't even use the last month with the whole De'Aaron Fox. I believe everything has opened up since Doug Christie has been brought in for Keegan Murray.
I agree. And look, this all doesn't have to be Keegan and De'Aaron are close forever. Right? They're boys, and that's a bond that will not be broken. But This doesn't always have to be, oh yeah, now you're on the other side. It's hate. It doesn't have to be like that. Let's think about it like this. If you've ever been in a situation, and I'm trying to think of a real life situation, but if you ever been in a situation where, let's say you were a junior and you were boys with someone that was a senior on any team, right? Or your boy was transferring, any type of situation. Maybe it's a coworker that's leaving for a different job, and them leaving gives you an opportunity. What would that coworker, what would your buddy say to you? They'd say, hey man, we're always going to be cool. This is an opportunity for you. Go kill that bleep. And that's probably what De'Aaron said to Keegan. You have an opportunity now. Go do your thing.
I'll use your famous line at the end of the show. Secure the bag.
Secure the bag.
Go get it.
It's your turn. You got that extension coming up. Dog, it's your time. It's your time. Look, man, I hope they put you in a better situation than they put me. This ain't about me no more. I got to go handle my business out in San Antonio, Keeg. I love you, Uncle Keegs. Handle your business out here. Let's both meet each other in the Western Conference Finals. That's probably what De'Aaron said. That sounds like, or he might say, hey, I guess it doesn't really matter. So either one of the two.
Or he probably said, hey, do well until we play against San Antonio. I'm a bust you up once we play.
Exactly what he said to Steph about those shoes. So I think this is an opportunity for everyone. Right? And it's easy to say the win-win thing. And we did want more from Monte McNair. Don't get me wrong. But a lot remains to be seen as far as the return and what they do with the return. That's what we're trying to see. If whether the Kings lose or not, this game is what it is. If they don't make a move, that then deters what I believe their plan is. Because if you win now and you decided to retool instead of rebuild, this roster is not good enough. So replacing De'Aaron with Zach LaVine is fine, but you still can't go into the end of the season or the second half of the season, whatever you want to call it, post-trade deadline with no help on the bench. Specifically when you look, Sidy Cissoko, Ramsey and I were looking at his stats. The brother played, I think, about 17 games, and he's gotten less than 5 minutes a game. I text back and forth with Brendan. He's mostly going to be in Stockton.
Yeah, he got more playing time with the Austin Spurs than he did with the San Antonio Spurs.
So he's mostly going to be in Stockton. You need to go get something else. You go get something else, I think you're cooking. You don't get something else, and I feel like we're right back at square one. Honestly, just with a little bit less drama.
Here's what I personally hope that this entire situation turns into, not trying to go back to the yesteryear glory years. Mm-hmm. I hope the situation goes back to the Jason Williams, Mike Bibby trade scenario, where people loved Jason Williams. He still loved in Sacramento.
Right.
But if you would have kept Jason Williams, in my opinion, the Kings would have never taken that next step.
Right.
Mike Bibby came in, took the Kings to the next step because he was a floor general. He stabilized the team and was a much better shooter than Jason Williams. And you needed someone that flash and dash is great, but you needed stability at that point in time. And hopefully Zach LaVine goes from, if we consider De'Aaron flash and dash, he brings stability to this team and takes the team to the next step. That's all we want. Move forward, do better.
There it is. 530 says, don't disrespect this roster. It's not that they're not good enough. They're just not deep enough. I think you're kind of playing a semantics game there, 530. I think we all understand the starting five has been really good, and it's the bench. Nobody is talking about the starting five. And Kevin Huerter's gone now. So you have Trey Lyles and Keon Ellis and Dougie McBuckets. That's not good enough. Whether you want to use the word good or deep, it's the same thing.
And Doug Christie's not Tom Thibodeau, where you could attempt to run out the starters off all 48 minutes.
They still play a lot of time, though.
Yeah, they've been averaging close to 38 to 40 minutes a game.
And excuse me, Isaac Jones has been getting some run there too now. But good enough, deep enough, it's a semantics thing. We know the starting five is really good. We also know that the bench hasn't been. And, you continue to have that conversation, and we will on the other side. I'll tell you just how bad the bench has been when we get back as we start our Orlando Magic Sacramento Kings preview. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
One of the most underrated Jay-Z songs. Thank you for firing that up for me, Ramsey. And speaking of, the little rapper talk, GP, we see you. We're about to get to you. Phone line's still open, 45 more minutes with you before the Drive Guys take over. Feels like I have not been and go to one in forever. Drive Guys going to be live there, as they always are, for every home game on the flagship, your home of the Sacramento Kings, the Sacramento Zach LaVines, if you will. Lil Wayne, this just came out. I guess it came out yesterday. Lil Wayne reveals he will not be attending the Super Bowl in New Orleans. So we haven't talked about the Super Bowl at all. And as I mentioned to some, I'm out on, and I don't know how much we will. I'm out on Friday. Got to go up to Oregon for my goddaughter's birthday. And I believe Brendan will be rocking with you. And based on what happens tomorrow, I don't know how we're going to get to any Super Bowl talk. But yeah, Lil Wayne not going to be in the building. Obviously, there was a little bit of drama there with not getting chosen, even though it's been in New Orleans before. He hasn't been chosen before, but I think the fact that they went with the rapper made him feel some type of way. So he says, I won't be there. There's a seat to fill. I got something special coming for you. It's enough. Lil Wayne.
All I got to say is winning 5 Grammys off of a diss track. That's all I need.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. Mic drop.
Yeah. It's Lil Wayne. Come on, man. It's enough. It's enough. So I just saw that, thought that was funny. What hasn't been funny as we get to GP and the phone lines, what hasn't been funny, the lack of production from the bench players. And you want to hear how bad it's been? All right. This is a list, and shout out to Jill Adge and Will Z Stats kind of cooking this up together. This is a list of how many times someone on the Kings bench has scored 10 points, okay? Somehow Jordan McLaughlin is on this list. I do not recall that. But Jordan McLaughlin did it once. Devin Carter's done it twice. Isaac Jones has done it twice. Doug McDermott, we know what those situations were. Doug McDermott has done it twice. Then you have Kevin Hurt. All the other guys besides Trey Lyles have started at one point in time. So Kevin Huerter has 4. How many of those were as a starter? Keon Ellis has 6. How many of those were as a starter? Malik Monk has 10. How many of those are as a starter? Unless maybe they are boiled down to when they were a starter. And Trey Lyles has 6. So that's not good. And that is why we're excited about the starting lineup. And, in life, you sometimes have to be really good about compartmentalizing. And that's how I view this show. So I can compartmentalize to be excited about Zach LaVine, but also know that Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox have a job to do because these numbers are anemic. They're terrible from the bench, and they've been bad. You have to continue to make this roster better. 916-339-1140. Let's get to GP. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, GP? What you got for us?
How's it going, fellas? Great show, like always.
Thank you, GP.
So Fox was the face of the Kings, right?
Uh-huh.
In your guys' opinion, who is it right now, and who do you think it will be in the future, if anybody on this team? Let's go, Kings. Like the beam.
Thanks for that, GP. Great call.
I got one of two. Either Domantas Sabonis or Malik Monk.
Yeah, it's Sabonis and Malik to me. I think Zach could get there, but we need moments with Zach. I think the easy answer, and Malik is going to have the ball in his hands. He is one of, if not the most electric player in the league. I mean,
we've had our moments with Malik Monk. Does 176 to 175 in double overtime ring a bell when he hit for 45?
Yeah. So it's going to be, it's either Malik or Sabonis. Probably Malik, I would say. He's going to be on SportsCenter more. You know, Sabonis is just going to be that unsung hero.
Sabonis is a grinder.
Yeah. I think it's going to be Malik. And great question, GP. So it all starts tonight. It could be Zach LaVine if things go well. All right? The 209 says if Monte doesn't bolster the bench, this year is over. I don't know if it's over, but you're not doing anything. So I guess that's a same way of saying it's over, 209. So I think I agree with you. I think if you don't bolster the bench, you're probably stuck. You're stuck in the second tier of the play-in, just based on the other teams. You're stuck 9-10, and you're just praying.
You might be stuck, but at the same time, with the way this Western Conference has been all year, who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, you could be at 10 now. We could be looking at the All-Star break in a week and a half, or let me rephrase it, potentially end of this month. They could be 5, they could be 6. We don't know with the way this Western Conference is, and everybody's beating up on each other.
And the other thing is too, and we reported this about an hour ago. So KD came out and said that he doesn't want to reunite with the Warriors. The Suns were getting ready to move on from KD and bring in Jimmy Butler. Why they would do that, I still have no clue. So a lot of these teams are a complete nightmare in the play-in, and I do wonder if the Kings have already handled their drama, even if they don't make an addition, which I want them to. But if the Kings have already handled their drama, and you're dealing with the Warriors, who Draymond Green was literally on the table last night and possibly still is, and you know he feels disrespected from that. You got the Warriors imploding. You got the Suns, who basically said that they wanted to move on from KD for Jimmy Butler. Then KD said he doesn't want to go to the Warriors. Okay, so you have that going on. And we just had who else is down there? The Mavericks, who maybe you're most worried about the Mavericks from that play-in group because they're the same way. They're going to be highly motivated. Kyrie, Anthony Davis, and Klay Thompson and the crew. But 2 teams get in from the play-in. So if it's Kings, Suns, Warriors, Mavericks, yeah, you're worried about the Mavericks and what they can do if they turn it around. But besides that, the Suns are a complete mess. I know they can win any given night. And the Warriors are completely imploding. And you've owned the Warriors this season. So I think that even if you don't get out of the play-in group, I like this group much more because the Kings have dealt with their drama. They're starting to move forward. They're starting to get ready for the future, and that's starting tonight. The Warriors, they're still dealing with all this. The Suns are still dealing with all this. The Warriors play today. I'm looking at that now, some pocket watching. The Warriors play the Jazz today, so they got lucky. And the Suns, this will help you. The Suns have the Thunder tonight with no Kevin Durant. So unless they and we'll check in on Jalen Williams, but even without Jalen Williams, unless the Suns just dig deep, this could be a really good night for the Sacramento Kings.
Here's what I do have to say, not just speaking of tonight, but I just pulled up the schedule for the entire month of February. If you look at it, there's some favorable games on the schedule in February. I mean, you got to win tonight. Tomorrow night, don't sleep on that game because Portland has won 9 out of 10.
They've been
and
hot.
They are hot.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
I mean, you've got 3 games within the next week against New Orleans, a team that they've lost. I mean, unfortunately, lost DeJounte Murray.
Mm-hmm. That would have been a lot scarier before last week.
Yeah, you lost DeJounte Murray. Herb Jones is out. We don't know what Zion, as I call him, a.k.a. Dooley, does.
Yeah.
And what he's doing. I mean, you've got a new revamped Dallas team you have to visit on Monday.
That's the one, right?
That's the one. I mean, you got coming out of the All-Star break, you got the Warriors here, you got Charlotte here, and then you start a four-game road trip in Utah on February 26th. Mm-hmm. So there are, not saying every game should be a must-win or as a W on the schedule. You have favorable games on the schedule. Find a way to gel and take care of your business.
There you go. And look, we can have a timeline conversation. It feels like the Kings, look, you want to retool and be win now? Well, go out there and do it. Go out there and do it and make sure that you have enough on your bench, on your roster to make moving on from De'Aaron Fox not look terrible because the Spurs are going to be good eventually. How good? I don't know, but they're going to be really good eventually. So make sure that you take care of business. And it's not even about them. You should want this for your team. You should want this for your job, to be completely honest with you, because you do have to make the playoffs. And making a move puts you in a better position to do so. All right. It all starts tonight. Magic taking on the Sacramento Kings. Let's get into that preview on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by the Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and we're looking at some sunshine as we go through the afternoon, mixed with a few clouds. Temperatures warming into the mid to upper 50s, then increasing clouds tonight, leading to the chance for rain by tomorrow morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
There's only one place where you'll find thousands of top brand vehicles, 17 dealers, and a friendly staff. Find the perfect ride tailored to fit your budget. Dream big and save even more during the President's Day sale at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
For 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Fall head over boots in love with music this Valentine's Day. Get ready for Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, returning May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, and more. Enjoy food trucks, mechanical bulls, and line dancing. Tickets start at just $52. Visit CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club. Don't just say, I love you. Show it with music. Buy tickets now.
Sacramento, giving you local sports coverage to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
I really hope y'all aren't going to get mad at me. Ramsey does not want to play this, but you know what? I want to. Because I do think, hear me out, I do think it will help. Sometimes I know when you move on from that ex, you block them on Instagram or you mute them, whatever it is, you unfriend them. I get it. But to move on, sometimes it helps to get you fired up about your next relationship or whatever it is. You have to know what that person may be saying about you, or you have to know that person has moved on. So De'Aaron is doing a bunch of media availability, okay? And he's in his Spurs jersey. And I just saw this during the break, and I promise you we're going to get to the preview. Look, we are going to move on from De'Aaron, but I'm telling you, I had to play this, and we'll ask the question, fair or foul? Is De'Aaron kind of taking some shots here, not at the city, but at the organization? Ramsey, if you so please.
I'm extremely excited. I think that was the big thing for me was I needed a new start, especially in an organization like this who has won championships, who's built such a winning culture. It just feels a little bit different. And obviously with the team that they have right now and the young talent that they have right now, I felt like this is a great opportunity for me and for me to come in and help a team win.
That brother was out. I mean, he kind of said it himself. He needed a new start. That kind of, to me, and I'm sure there's a bunch more that's going to come out, but that sounds like Monte, they knew. And going back to the first texter from the first hour, then they should have moved him in the offseason. We can have that conversation. And look, we're going to get into our preview, but it feels a little bit different being a part of a winning. I don't want to misquote him. It feels a little bit different being a part of a winning organization, organization that has won championships. Woo-hoo!
I'm going to take the high road and say, De'Aaron Fox, enjoy your time back home in Texas.
We
have Zach LaVine. He wants to be in Sacramento. It's time to move on to Zach LaVine playing against the Orlando Magic. And just a quick note, the Sacramento Kings just released some standing room only tickets for tonight's game. So those that are listening, if you want to get in the building and show Zach LaVine what Sacramento can be like, there's tickets available. Get in there and let's show Zach LaVine what Sacramento is like on his first game here in Sacramento. That's right. Sacramento King.
That's right. You know those movies, whether it's Save the Last Dance or whatever it is, when the main girl is dancing with somebody else, so then you dance with somebody else, and you're both dancing, trying to show how much fun you're having. Tonight's the night. We got to be dancing. We got to be having some fun, because he's out here saying, oh, it feels different. Y'all actually got banners up? That's crazy. That's crazy.
De'Aaron trying to bring it back to 96 or 98, talking about Snoop Dogg like the East Coast ain't got love. De'Aaron trying to be like, y'all ain't got no love for me. I'm gonna just go to San Antonio.
Wow. And Jay Munoz on the Sack Chat says, Foxy is true though. The Spurs don't give coaches 13 months and then move on. Oh, I'm not saying. Look, we can the pedigree speaks for itself. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that to me, it sounds like this brother was already out. That's what I think. So they tried to fight it. It just kind of is connecting dots for me. I am not even saying what he is. What are you saying? Is it wrong? Sacramento don't got banners, so he's not wrong. Nobody's saying he's wrong. I'm just saying, dang, man, oh man. All right,
we up here. De'Aaron throwing strays on the way out the door to Sacramento.
Right. You know, he in his New Jersey. I'm just saying. 916 says, can you blame Fox? We're still waiting for the 4 3 years later. I just wish they would have been smart and traded him in the offseason, like the caller said. I mean, we could reset the franchise, but we didn't. You still could. I think you see what you have. You have some fun this next go round as far as the new look Kings, and there's always a rebuild that can happen. There's always a rebuild. All right. But that's not going to happen if the Kings really do hit on what they have in Zach LaVine. And that all starts tonight. They are taking on the Orlando Magic, who have been terrible. The Orlando Magic have been very, very bad. They have, since the return of their two dudes, they are 2-10 with Paolo Banchero in the lineup. They are 1-5 with Franz Wagner in the lineup since they have returned. They've been really bad. The Orlando Magic, since January 1st of 2025, 29th in net rating, 29th in offensive rating, 19th in defensive rating, and for the season, 29th in offensive rating. They're just walking bricks. Okay, we're really going to test the whole shooting arena tonight in Golden One if they get hot. Or someone could say they're due, but when you're 29th in offensive rating, you've been due for a very long time. They are third in defensive rating. They're so bad at offense, they're just 20th in net rating. It's so good at defense, they're up to 20th in net rating. But they are they cannot shoot the basketball. I saw something. I think Paolo Banchero is 0 for his last 11 from three-point range. I don't think he's made a three in the last two games. He went 0 for 6 and then 0 for 5, something terrible like that. So that's scary, because if they do start to heat up, that's an issue. They are healthier, but still missing some guys. Caleb Houston, questionable. Jalen Suggs is out. And, of course, Mo Wagner is out with that torn ACL. They are 30th in three-point shooting, although the Kings rank 28th in three-point defense. The Kings are 24th in three-point shooting. Hopefully Zach LaVine will help with that. The Orlando Magic rank 25th in three-point shooting defense. So as good as they are defensively, they aren't great at defending the three ball. So Zach LaVine's going to get his looks. Malik's going to get his looks. DeMar DeRozan's been shooting the three ball more. He's going to get his looks.
Here's what I have to say. You mentioned Orlando being 30th in being 30th in 3-point percentage. Mm-hmm. Do you remember the game? Do you remember the game here last year? The overtime, double overtime game, and that was the same line used last year. And Orlando came in here and hit like 24 threes.
And if I'm not, who was that? Was Paolo hitting those? I can't remember who.
Paolo had 43.
Yeah, Paolo had a crazy game. And, there is the idea that they're due, and a lot of people are worried about them being due. But I think there's going to be a lot of energy in the building tonight. And if I'm the Kings, I know you're still getting used to Zach LaVine and things like that. But your best bet with a team that is across the country playing like garbage is to hit them early. Hit them early and hit them often and go with that. That's it. The 209 says, I don't want to hear this stuff about how bad the Kings opponent is and how bad their net rating is. How many times has this team been a get-right team for other teams? How many times have we lost to a bad team that we should beat? Well, 209, not really that often under Doug Christie. And I hear you, but they really haven't lost to bad teams under Doug Christie. They've lost games, but you're more so talking about the Mike Brown era Kings this season and last season. I'm looking here, going back to when Doug Christie took over.
The only bad loss that they've had since Doug Christie took over was a Philadelphia loss. I mean,
and that's the De'Aaron Cloud. I wouldn't even. That is peanuts compared to some of the games that they've tripped off.
The other teams they've lost to are OKC, the Knicks on the road, Denver on the road, Milwaukee on the road, and the first game after he took over against the Lakers.
Well, and let's not get it twisted. The Magic aren't a bad team. They just can't really shoot. They are third in defense. They want to turn it into a rock fight. They want to turn it into a boxing match.
And that was what I was illustrating last year that happened here.
They don't, they're going to be in games. They're the 8th seed right now at 24-27. They're on a terrible stretch, but this is not a bad team.
No, they're not.
This is not a bad team. Then you have a team playing poorly. Then tomorrow, and we'll get to that, you have a bad team playing really well.
Yeah, you got a bad team that's the hottest team in the NBA right now.
So it all kind of evens out. The bottom line is you have to show up or you will get beat, because Orlando is probably thinking, no De'Aaron Fox, you're getting Zach LaVine back in the fray. Yes, it's a home game, but if we can come out hot, we can do some things. So make no mistake about it, 209. Nobody's saying that they should beat the Orlando Magic. We're just giving you the numbers. They can't shoot. Now the Kings can't defend the three, but typically they can't shoot. I watched their game, what was that, a couple nights ago against the Warriors. And Orlando, I mean, they were completely lost. A lot of that was Draymond being Draymond. Draymond shut down Paolo Banchero. They had an opportunity to win that game, and Paolo just didn't have it. He had 18, and he was inefficient. Franz Wagner heated up towards the end of the game. You had, the rest of the crew. Anthony Black, who's going to be a good talent, but he is not offensively gifted right now. Cole Anthony dropped 26. That's really the guy.
And that was a game. The game before, they went into Utah and lost.
Yeah, Cole Anthony is their Malik Monk right now. They can't do anything. Jonathan Isaac took a spill. Tristan da Silva, the rookie, they just don't have scores. Paolo Banchero is being asked to do a lot. Franz Wagner is their guy. So my guess, if we're doing matchups here, you got Keegan on Franz, even though Keegan's given up a little bit of height. Franz, goes 6'10", and Keegan is 6'9". So you're going to put Keegan on Franz, okay? You have Goga and Domantas Sabonis doing their thing. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope has been awful offensively. Awful.
Which is surprising to me.
Yeah, he has been nothing. We can't get Malik Monk, but Kentavious Caldwell-Pope can shoot the ball, and he's a menace defensively. He can't shoot. He can't shoot. So I would assume you go – because I don't know who they put Paolo. The issue is Paolo, right? Because now I'm thinking about it. Do you put Keegan on Paolo?
That's what they did. To the best of my knowledge, that's what they did.
You put Keegan on Paolo. You put DeRozan on Franz, and you pray?
No, Sabonis probably.
So you put DeRozan on Goga, the center?
If I forgot Goga was starting. No, Sabonis will play against his boy. He'll play. That's his dude.
So I think you're just praying about Franz Wagner. The problem is, again, going back to this length issue, you put maybe LaVine on Franz, and you put Keegan on Paolo. You have DeRozan on KCP, and then you have Malik on Anthony Black.
Or Cole Anthony.
Cole Anthony didn't start last game.
He did, but he played a majority more minutes. I mean, he played 28 minutes in comparison to 16 for Anthony Black.
So,
and the cool part about it, Anthony Black didn't even put a shot up in those 16 minutes.
No. He played 16 minutes, and they're just looking for answers here. So hopefully the Kings don't give them any. On the other side, our first dog segment, our first prop talk without De'Aaron Fox. Get your dogs in. Get your prop talk in. Help us out. Let's make some cheese before the Super Bowl so we can spend that cheese. And we give our predictions. One more segment with you. Then we hand you over to the Drive Guys. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app. Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Stockton Honda, we know how to honor a great deal. Like right now, during our President's Day sales event, you can find star-spangled savings on some of our best models. Why not stop in today and see for yourself? Save thousands with low APR financing and great lease rates on over 500 new Hondas at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE, it's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
Just like in basketball, you need the right team to win. And that's why I recommend Folsom Lake Kia. They got low payments that change the game. And you can always buy with zero down with approved credit. Shop Folsom Lake Kia and tell them DC sent you.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Fifteen more minutes with you. This has been one of my favorite shows of the year, I think. And that's all because of you, and not because, you know, the vibes were great the whole time. There's ups and downs, and that's kind of a indication of life doing what life does. You know what I mean? Not everything is going to be oranges after a soccer game. Not everything is going to be rainbows and unicorns. So as we get into prop talk, our predictions, and our first dog segment, all of that without one De'Aaron Fox. Man Fastlane says 2 hours will be here in, I guess maybe he's in Texas, in Texas watching my boy, and 3 hours later watching my team. See how you can show love to both without hating? Hey, I hear you. You ain't got to hate. We're not trying to hate out here. You know, I think the hating and not hating, a lot will come out once we see how both teams move and the directions that they move. And what did they say? The first game is March 5th against the Spurs?
Friday, March 7th, here at Golden One Center.
March 7th. So, look, and I don't think De'Aaron will get booed or anything like that. I believe in the Kings fans, and I think it'll be a nice, warm welcome. And I'm kind of glad that it's happening early, right? That you're not wasting any time, just getting right into it, and you can go on and move forward. And speaking of going on and moving forward, Ramsey, let's get to a little bit of prop talk. Okay, I'm going to let this drop. I got to. Prop talk, the first prop talk without De'Aaron Fox. Now, I will say I was tempted, Ramsey. I'm going to let you go first. I was tempted to do Zach LaVine. He said at 20.5, but that's just really tough. First game. Here's the thing. If you're putting out multiple tickets, definitely needs to be on a ticket. You have to cover your base. Is that my number one ticket? Can't be. Because they're either going to force feed him or he's going to be too polite It's going to be a little awkward, and he's going to end at about 14 points.
He's not a polite type dude. He gonna get his.
So who do you have, Ramsey, for your prop talk?
I'm gonna stick with a tried and true. Give me Domantas Sabonis points and rebounds.
Yeah, Domantas Sabonis did not hit I don't believe he hit last game. He was fighting back and forth, and I don't feel like we talked enough about, look, the situation in Minnesota, everyone goes back and forth with what the Timberwolves are doing right now, but defensively, they are a problem. And Rudy Gobert, he did his thing against Domantas Sabonis. He did.
Here's what a lot of people don't realize. Minnesota is a bad matchup for Sabonis because he gets in foul trouble almost every time he plays against Minnesota.
There you go. I do not know. I watched that game on a couple days ago. Magic Warriors. They run out Wendell Carter Jr. along with Goga. Goga does seem like the type that might bother Domantas Sabonis just from a kind of plotting center.
Goga's not going to bother him because him and Goga are good friends back from their Indiana days.
So Domantas Sabonis has not reached 32.5 points and rebounds the last 3 games. You know what that means? That brother is due.
He's due.
That brother is due for a big game. Give Ramsey 32.5 points and rebounds. And what do I do, Ramsey, when I'm not sure what exactly to do? Well, I'll tell you what. I go right back to the well. And that's exactly what I'm doing with one Malik Monk. Give me Malik Monk, 27 points and assists. He's always hunting. When I look at these numbers, I like to look at numbers where you're always close. Malik has hit 3 out of the last 5 games. In the games he hasn't hit, he had 26 against OKC,
He's been
which was a shellacking, and he almost hit it. And in Brooklyn, he had 25. So there's no game where he just hasn't been close.
No.
So that is my safe play, and I've been playing it, or my buddy's been playing it very often. So those are our 2 picks. Ramsey, before we get to dogs, I found the Kings at 5.5 favorites. Give me your prediction for tonight's game. The line is 5.5. Do the Kings win? Do the Kings cover?
Kings win and cover. I think it'll be 122 to 111.
122 to 111. That is what Ramsey has. I don't think that the Magic shoot good enough to get to 111, and I don't think they defend. I think they defend so well that I don't think that the Kings get to 122. I think it is that rock fight, but the Kings take care of business. Give me 112 to 102. Kings cover. Zach LaVine lights the Zach LaVine. So let's get it going. And Ramsey has a surprise for us with our first dog segment with no De'Aaron Fox. All right, Ramsey, let's get to it. It's dog segment. We have the dog segment right now. Our predictions continuing to come in. Russell from the King, or not from the Kings, but Russell says he's got the Kings 134 to 109. That's insane. But I'm with you, Russell. I love it. Brad Clayton says LaVine is going to show out tonight for the first game. That's his dog. The 530 says Keegan is his dog for tonight. The 916 says, well, it's not going to be De'Aaron anymore. Give me DeMar DeRozan, his dog of the game. Yeah, I haven't talked about DeMar a lot and what he's going to be able to do. He's been that closer. The 209 says, give me Domantas Sabonis. Put some respect on his name, my dog of the game. Amid Rock says Malik Monk, my dog of the game. And I feel like someone is going to also bring it up, and it's coming in right now from the 916. Can't forget about Neon Keon Ellis, their dog of the game. I think this is going to be a fun one.
I got one that ain't nobody mentioned.
Okay.
Give me Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine is a dog. Give me Zach LaVine.
Ramsey is doing it. Zach LaVine.
Give me Zach LaVine.
His dog of the game. I'm rocking and rolling here. No one else has mentioned this guy as we saw him take a step last game. Will that change with Zach LaVine and handling the basketball, doing other things? Give me Keegan Murray. He said, hey, man, my time is ended. That's what De'Aaron Fox said to Keegan. Go on and do your thing. And I got Keegan Murray as my dog tonight. Peg says Domas is their dog. Banta, the young, has Keegan as their dog as well. I think this is going to be a great game. I think this is going to be a game that hits the reset button on a lot of things. Nobody is saying that the Kings are perfect. Nobody is saying that, things couldn't be handled differently. But we're here now. And you got to rep your city and you got to rep your town. And as the standing room seats continue to get added, this is an opportunity for the Kings to continue to move forward. This is an opportunity for Kings fans to make new memories with your kids, with your friends, with your loved ones, with your pets. It all starts tonight. Matt George, 5 minutes ago. Okay, we have some movement as we move into the drive, guys, coming up next. Matt George said on February 3rd, the Kings once again have a lot of second-round picks. Keep an eye on Jonas Valanciunas as a target before February 6th. 5 minutes ago, Matt George, now you can do with this what you want. 5 minutes ago, Matt George does the eye emoji. So we know how that can go. Sometimes that means something's happening. At the very least, it means rumblings are happening. So the drive guys will have that information for you. Does something get done tonight? Is Monte trying to shut everyone up? The media, who gave him a really hard time today, they did their job, okay? Is he going out to make a move? That's what we're wondering. Is he going to make a move? Matt George is alluding, and he's going to be in the building tonight, so I'll talk to him, get that intel if nothing happens. So I'll get that intel. We'll have that for you tomorrow, and it's all going down tomorrow, right? The intel is whatever at this point, because it's either going to happen tomorrow on this show, literally on this show, and then we're going to talk about it for the second half of the show, or it's not going to happen at all. Thank you to all the listeners. Thank you to all the callers, texters, even if we argue. Thank you to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Ramsey doing a great job for us with Kyle on the morning show. Drive guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, secure the bag for the first time. Zach LaVine, like the beat.
Tonight, Kings and Magic. Team night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Easy way to get life insurance